there's always work to be done. So we get to it. Each day is an opportunity to do better than the day before. We work hard to do what we do well. We work to deliver all around our country and the world. To make good on our promises, to build better, focusing on the things that matter most for all of us. If we have passion for change, there's always more we can do by doing the everyday things well for more than our own gain. And Water Solutions Company. And we'll keep believing we can do more with what we have. Let's build for better together. SBS. Build for better.
Baby, what's your question?
I want to know, how does the Liberty Funeral Plus plan help people stay covered when budgets are so tight?
Well, I've got a question.
What?
What are you buying me with your cash back?
For a small additional fee, the Liberty Funeral Plus plan gives you cash back to reward you for staying covered and to spoil your growing family. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Thank you.
ask them if we could add more people as our family grows.
That's good. Because we're not adding one. We're adding two.
Two.
And now, with the ability to add and reduce benefits, it's even easier to stay covered with the Liberty Funeral Plus plan. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Know your wards for the 2021 local government elections. The Municipal Demarcation Board, MDB, has developed a new app to help you know your new wards easily. The user-friendly interface gives you options: to drop your location pin to find out the ward you are currently situated in, search an address to know which ward it's based in, choose a background option of street maps, satellite images, terrains, etc. You can make an electronic print of the map and view it in any common format. Share the app via email, Twitter, Facebook, or Google+. For more information, visit www.demarcation.org.za or call 012-342-2481. MDB, Know Your Wards 2021. Open the web app now.
There's always work to be done, so we get to it. Each day is an opportunity to do better than the day before. We work hard to do what we do well. We work to deliver all around our country and the world. To make good on our promises, to build better, focusing on the things that matter most for all of us. If we have passion for change, there's always more we can do by doing the everyday things well for more than our own gain. we are a leading storage and water solutions company. And we'll keep believing we can do more with what we have. Let's build for better together. SBS. Build for better.
Baby, what's your question?
I want to know, how does the Liberty Funeral Plus plan help people stay covered when budgets are so tight?
Well, I've got a question.
What?
What are you buying me with your cash back?
For a small additional fee, the Liberty Funeral Plus plan gives you cash back to reward you for staying covered and to spoil your growing family. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Ask them if we could add more people as our family grows.
That's good. Because we're not adding one. We're adding two. Two.
And now, with the ability to add and reduce benefits, it's even easier to stay covered with the Liberty Funeral Plus plan. Sign up to a single plan that has a plan for a lifetime of changes.
Know your wards for the 2021 local government elections. The Municipal Demarcation Board (MDB) has developed a new app to help you know your new wards easily. The user-friendly interface gives you options: to drop your location pin to find out the ward you are currently situated in, search an address to know which ward it's based in, choose a background option of street maps, satellite images, terrains, etc. You can make an electronic print of the map and view it in any common format. Share the app via email, Twitter, Facebook, or Google+. For more information, visit www.demarcation.org.za or call 012-342-2481. MDB, Know Your Wards 2021. Open the web app now.
There's always work to be done, so we get to it. Each day is an opportunity to do better than the day before. We work hard to do what we do well. We work to deliver all around our country and the world. To make good on our promises, to build better, focusing on the things that matter most for all of us. If we have passion for change, there's always more we can do by doing the everyday things well for more than our own gain. We are a leading storage and water solutions company, and we'll keep believing we can do more with what we have. Let's build for better together. SBS, build for better.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Can we commence with our day 2 of our special National Members Assembly? Let me start by saying good morning to all in attendance, both in our August celebration in this house, but also connected virtually. I will do a quick recap of day 1 as I officially open day 2 and confirm to all our municipalities in attendance that we are on a closed session for our members only. My name is Tembinka Dimeng. It's possible that some may not know who I am. As you attended and you know, we had a good day of discussions and deliberations yesterday, marked by quite a number of items and panel discussions which are trying to assist us to pave a way for the transition which we will be starting or undertaking after the elections which have been announced by the President to be held on the 27th of October 2021. We looked into issues starting from what the IEC, Home Affairs and SAPS from a logistics, security point of view and preparation with regard to the elections could be able to assist us with. But we also had a critical discussion where Minister Mchunu also participated, where we're looking at the issues which deals with the implications of the Public Service Amendment Bill, which we do believe that our municipalities will play a meaningful role by making contributions that will be of guidance to the SALGA NEC to properly assist but also ensure that the interest of municipalities as we form the single public service are well taken care of and are represented. Today, of course, we will look into key aspects of transition in relation to governance and institutional matters, our induction program for councillors, and the readiness of the exit packages for the councillors who will be exiting, but also the inception of those who will be coming through with regard to their councillor support. With that being said, allow me to officially open day 2 of our Special Members Assembly and call upon our Deputy President Ngangelizwe, to come and take us through our attendance and accreditation for their adoption, for us to know how are we constituted so that we could be able to continue with the deliberations of the day. The indication I have, we are all connected virtually and of course physically here. DP Ngangelizwe, can you please come through?
In our public spaces, as well as place names and dominant hegemonic cultures that have defined our societies and reinforced dominant narratives that directly or indirectly sustain and oil the wheels of racism and colonial legacies. Back in the early 1990s, in fact, to be precise, in 1992, the governing party today, the African National Congress, crafted a blueprint for its transformative program, a document titled Ready to Govern, which influenced many policies and programs, especially in the initial years and phase of our democratic transition. More important for this context is the fact that this document clearly pronounced on the heritage transformation issues, as it observed that, and I quote, "The monopoly over symbols and names should give way to the diverse range representative of our whole population. Arts and culture are not the property of any one political party or group. Consequently, the ANC believes that state-funded cultural institutions should be non-sectarian, close quote. These ideas made their way to and find expression in various sections of the interim constitution of 1993 and the 1996 Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. It was this policy position that informed the 1996 Arts and Culture White Paper. Later, there were a number of policies, such as the South African National Geographical Names Council Act of 1998 and the National Heritage Resources Act of 1999. A range of initiatives emerged from the aforementioned policies, and these are: 1, renaming of major national landmarks, such as street names, international airports and cities. 2, declaration of several previously marginalized heritage and liberation sites as national heritage sites, with some elevated to World Heritage status, such as the Robben Island. 3, some iconic heritage site worth billions of rands have also been added to our heritage landscape. This includes, though not limited to, the Steve Biko Center in Ginsberg, Lily's Leaf in Rivonia, Nelson Mandela Museum in Umtata, Ngome Museum and Luthuli Museum in KwaZulu-Natal, the Freedom Park in Tshwane. The list is long. These add to other natural heritage sites developed across the country, with some elevated to World Heritage status, as we've indicated in the case of Robben Island. With all of the above achievements, a South African formerly oppressed majority is still a cultural minority, as apartheid and colonial symbols and heritage still dominate our landscape, hence periodic protests agitating for more and rapid changes in the context of decoloniality. Some of the name changes have been successfully challenged in courts due to procedural flaws, a reminder that any action in a revolution will be countered with reaction. In fact, I have in mind here the place which is called Louis Trichardt in Limpopo, which was supposed to have been changed long time ago. But those who were for change were easily challenged because of the technicalities and not following the law to the letter. Today, the place is still not King Makado as it was supposed to be. Also important to note that as a constitutional democracy, we have had to embark on extensive, slow and costly nationwide multi-stakeholder consultations, something that is painstakingly slow for my own liking, but has to be followed to avoid court challenges. On the issue of statues, for instance, we have engaged services of experts, consulted stakeholders, and conducted international studies on best practices to ensure sustainable solution of what we do with some of these colonial and apartheid symbols, whilst also balancing this with the need to have reminders of what our past had been like. In every revolution, military coups, or where popular insurrection has led to change of regimes, the sudden toppling of statues and symbols of the outset regime or system is the hallmark of these transitions. This is, however, not the same with the constitutional democracy that was born out of a negotiated settlement between the contending parties. It is for this reason that we may have experienced a slow pace of change, and this compounded by the initial phase of our transition, which may not have prioritized arts, culture, and heritage with resources to achieve some of these goals and on a grand scale. It will be a careful and complex balancing act with sustainable results that assist social cohesion and nation building that we must embark upon. In such instances, we have to answer critical questions. Do we topple and destroy all statues deemed offensive by the fact that they represent colonialism and apartheid? Or do we reduce their prominence and still preserve them for lessons of history? Do we create a concentration camp of unwanted statues with a narrative? Or do we leave it to those who still value them to preserve, thus running a risk of reigniting old right-wing nationalisms by privatizing what is public property? Do we allow for juxtaposition of these statues, as it is the case in front of the Union buildings, where President Mandela is given prominence and centrality, whilst Herzog was moved to a less prominent space? What could be more sustainable for nation building and stand the test of time, even if future regimes change? What are the best cases around the world? Talking of the best cases, Rwanda, which experienced a gruesome genocide that saw around 1 million people exterminated and millions more displaced in a civil war that ensued, they managed to preserve remnants of that war, including skulls to preserve that history. And yet, they are moving towards nation building with those as the reminders of lessons of history not to be repeated. As time passes, new debates are coming up and new interpretations of historical events are coming to the fore. So, history itself is not static. As historian E.H. Carr observed, and I quote him, "What is history? Is that it is a continuous process of interaction between the historian and his facts, an unending dialogue between the present and the past," close quote. Whereas Nietzsche says, and I quote, "The facts of history are nothing. Interpretation is everything," close quote. This applies not just in a scholarly examination of history and all what it means, but it is part of politics and people's perceptions of history, which often undergo subtle and visible changes all the time. The challenge of public policy makers like ourselves, as members of parliament, like SALGA, is to strike a balance in transforming the landscape by making sure that future generations will never doubt our well-intentioned program and bona fides. This is, I know, easier said than practiced in an argumentative and robust democracy as ours. We still have previous contenders holding to their positions. Nation building in a post-apartheid era is about making sure that transformation is effected, whilst at the same time, national unity is achieved. And these at face value look contradictory, but ultimately, our mission is to reconcile them without bending our principles and goals of emancipation. Consistent with this objective and best practices from around the world, Cabinet took a decision that all those monuments and symbols that are an anathema to the founding principles of our democracy and constitution, in the letter and spirit, will be relocated from prominent public space to what will be known as regional cultural nation building parks. These parks would be around across the length and breadth of our country and located in provinces. And they will be foregrounded by the theme, lest we forget. A few years ago, I set up a task team to look at the matter of the heritage landscape in a holistic manner and make recommendations. And indeed, they came up with 4-cluster approach on this matter. The first cluster was on public education, awareness, and mobilization, which recommended the importance of intensifying popularization campaigns about South Africa's key national symbols in schools for greater civic awareness and national consciousness. The second point of this cluster was that it concurred with the Fifth Administration that history should be taught as a compulsory subject in our schools. The second of this cluster is the cluster which was looking at legislative efficacies. This cluster recommended that legislation which were perceived to be impeding the implementation of the recommendations of transformation in this area should be reviewed or amended. The third of the clusters was on institutional capacity. Recent events that have demonstrated impatience with colonial and apartheid iconography showed that although there are systems in place to apply for name change and relocation of any statue or monument, the capacity, especially in the province, in the relevant institutions, were only ready to deal with limited requests within a limited period. This takes into account that currently we are going to be looking at this in a massive scale. The fourth and last cluster is about the fate and the future of the heritage landscape. This cluster recommended that an audit of offensive statues, names, symbols, and monuments be conducted, which has just been concluded by the South African Heritage Resources Agency, and likewise advise the department to develop a framework which will provide guidance on the relocation of statues, monuments, new democratic South Africa. The question that Your Excellencies, mayors and councillors will then ask is why we still have colonial and apartheid statues in our public spaces. You will appreciate the fact that national and provincial governments are not custodians of most of these statues. Hence the importance of interacting at this level with yourselves as under the banner of SALGA. Most of them are under the custodianship of municipal authorities. For a statue to be considered for relocation, a public consultation process should be undertaken, as it happens with the name change of the streets, of cities, and so on. And this would be happening at a local government level. An application needs to be lodged with the Provincial Heritage Resources Authority, who will consider the application and take a decision on granting the permission after the required public consultative process. If the statue is on the property declared a national heritage site, the Provincial Heritage Authority will submit the application to the South African Heritage Resources Authority, who will consider the application and take a decision on granting or not granting the permit after the required public consultative process. The Department of Sport, Arts and Culture is not in a position to engage in the relocation of colonial apartheid statues, as the minister is the executive authority for the South African Heritage Resources Agencies, and other people would view that as playing both the referee and the player. because it's a South African Heritage Resources agencies who take decisions on the application for the relocation of statue or symbol. If an appeal arises against the decision of the South African Heritage Resources Agency on the application of the relocation of a statue or symbol, the minister is the appeals authority. Councillors must take it upon themselves that the discussions on the statues, street names, and other symbols that celebrate colonial figures be discussed as a matter of agency. And in fact, the transformation of South Africa's heritage landscape has to be accelerated. We owe it to ourselves as this generation and posterity to ensure that the majority of South Africans are not represented as a minority in the cultural heritage space. Councillors, let us be the champions of the heritage landscape that we wish to bequeath to our children and grandchildren to live in. And I want to thank you for your invite and for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister Nathi Mthethwa. Thank you so much for that opening address. We've asked you to send through some questions, to raise your hands, and we'll be taking some of those questions. And those of you that have raised hands will identify you, and you can ask questions or make inputs on this conversation. And me and Sakina will just start off with a few questions that we have for the Minister.
Sure will. And then perhaps for me, I want to start off with the Minister's last remark there, and basically talking about accelerating transformation. And the question, Minister, is why are we still talking about accelerating transformation? We've been in this democracy for more than 2 decades. So what have been the stumbling blocks, and what are the current stumbling blocks for you not being able to make sure that we move with speed? Okay, I'm not sure if the Minister...
Sakina, thank you
There's
so
the Minister.
Much for that question. As you saw, that one of the clusters was about public awareness. We have the laws of the land, which mainly involve communities, because changes must be done in communities. At this level, we are both the deciding authority and appeals authority. So what happens is that it should be people at a particular local. Let me make an example. One of the cities, towns which was wrongly named for years as the butcher, Graham, Colonel Graham, which was called Grahamstown. It was people in that city who said they can't go on with this name, and they want change, and they effected change. When they came, because you come to ourselves as the ministry and the department, and we look at what has been recommended through the processes thereof. So we have identified that people have power, but they may not be conversant of the power they have. That's why we are, embarking on this awareness, because SALGA is the last of the structures we've engaged. We started with the National House of Traditional Leaders. We went to all the 9 provincial legislatures, and we'll continue to say, you have this power, use it. And if you use it, we support you. But ensure that you follow the law to the letter. As I made an example about Louis Trichardt, for instance, it would have been changed years ago, I think as early as 2013. But the wrong application of the law also becomes a problem.
Minister, my question is around, and I understand that sometimes you face resistance from other municipalities, because as you indicate, they are the custodians of the statute, so you are limited in terms of your powers as a national minister. But has the ANC government not been reactive as opposed to being proactive? I mean, we saw the Roads Must Fall movement. They played a critical part in putting pressure on that statute to fall. In the Western Cape, you can argue, well, we're not governing there, but you look at the Paul Kruger statute. The ANC has governed Pretoria, Tshwane, for some time now. So you had ample opportunity as the governing party to get your deployees at that level of governance and that level of government to be proactive and start that process. Have you not been reactive instead of taking the tough decisions, look at the white paper and ensure as the governing party that you get your deployees at local government to ensure these statutes, in fact, we see this transformation that you're talking about?
I don't think that government, especially at the local level, has been reactive. Because we are talking about Roads Must Fall, something which happened about 5-6 years ago. I've made some of the examples of the changing of the heritage landscape, whether from international airport like OR Tambo and so on. The laws were passed in 1998 and 1999. And since then, there's been implementation of the laws. What we are saying is that this is happening at a snail's pace. It must be fast-tracked, it must be accelerated. And if that is happening, we will be able to see change and things moving forward. For instance, you'll hear people asking, but Minister, why haven't you changed Cape Town Airport to this or that other name and so on and so forth? Again, it boils down to a question of information and awareness of who is supposed to do what in the community. And I can say that one province which started much earlier and changed the landscape, the heritage landscape in our democracy, was the province of Limpopo. But at some point it then stalled, which means that it's not reactive. And here I'm talking about the 90s and so on. But what people want, you'll see today the roads must fall, tomorrow you'll see Black Lives Matter and so on. It's the pace, and this is what we're emphasizing even today here at SALGA, that let's take interest in what is happening in our own localities.
Minister, you spoke about regional cultural learning parks. Now, yesterday we were talking about some of the funding challenges for municipalities, the fact that municipalities work off very low economic basis and sometimes even non-existent. Yet, when we look at the work of the department, what are you doing in order to inform communities as a department, as part of your work, to inform communities about the significance and the importance of heritage, and also the interplay between heritage and, of course, the developmental agenda that the various municipalities would have?
Well, firstly, we are well aware of the finite resources at the disposal of local government. In fact, the local government is our friends on that, because this very department, when it comes to what it's supposed to do and the kind of resources at its disposal, are chalk and cheese. The regional cultural nation building parks are important, and the reason why we engaged the provincial legislatures was so that this task is understood not to be the task only of local government, because those statues, for instance, would be in provinces, all of them, and the province, together with the local government, would be able to see as they deem fit what to do. We also said that as much as possible, where possible, the department will continue lobbying assistance to provinces and so on. But in terms of the importance of heritage and history, by the way, we have in communities our programs, which is dubbed as community conversations, about the broader areas of creatives, of heritage, and so on, and now added the sport. This is where we engage with local communities, and our work, given the scope we are in, our work is that per annum we engage communities between 30 and 40 communities, over and above the national pronouncement and announcement, which is supposed to reach everybody, but engaging at an intimately level with communities, we think that's the one. And this phase of engaging structures now which have influence in communities, we saw it as another important platform for us to use, so that people appreciate the importance of heritage. When you engage and change these names, because some of the local and provinces are very proactive on this, is also to educate our people that they must not start asking, why do you change this name? Why are you not providing road or what have you? That the two are reinforcing each other. What you can talk about bricks and mortar, you must also talk about the bricks and mortar of the soul, of the identity of a society, which normally is not in your face and therefore people think is not important. That is why we are working on this matter without any pressure, because by the time Roads Must Fall came, we had started to embark on this process of getting, more insight from abroad, from the continent, on issues of heritage and how to apply that and adapt it to our own conditions.
Just a few follow-up questions on that, Minister. Annette Depwe asks, she says, moving statues and relocating them will cost money. Joburg Arts Gallery, the biggest arts and heritage source in the world, asked the Minister to increase USGD funds in order for it to be directed to restoring JAG. City of Johannesburg is currently on a 2.5 million rand budget, and JAG needs about 50 million plus for this to be properly restored. The decay has set in, like all the sites where our statues are, and at the moment, and they have never maintained them across the country. So, your response to that, Minister?
No. We need to be clear. Most of the heritage institutions are in the care of both the provinces and the local government. It would be unimaginable, and this is the point I was making when people of Tswana were asking about something else, about the stadium and the likes, and say that they need the assistance of the department. I said to them, the difficulty about what you are saying, you are a metro. You yourself have said that you have about 40+ billion rands per annum, which is your budget. we only have 4 billion as this department, and therefore that is yours. Those there are those which are under our scope, and on those would be able to account on, which is not more than 10, and that's what the government could be able to afford, particularly at this level. With what is happening, sometimes we will help in municipalities here and there where possible, but remember that the budget of sport, arts and culture, 80% of it is transfers to provinces and local government and so on and so forth, which then leaves the national department with about 1 billion rands. And what can we do about 1 billion rands in all these other things which people are talking about? I think with Johannesburg, the metro, I don't even want to talk about its budget. How people manage these institutions is a source of concern from ourselves. That is why, as we interact with the provinces, we emphasize the point that in your custodianship, make sure that you take care of these institutions, because they are so important for the identity of our own nation.
But, excuse me, Clement, just a final follow-up question to Minister there. When you talk about the metros, for example, who have a little more leeway when it comes to their budgets, what about smaller municipalities? You speak about how low your budget is at national level as the national ministry. So why then is there still a need to devolve to a provincial level of government, as opposed to taking it directly to the centers where these heritage sites are? Why aren't you interfacing directly with local government? Because that would make more sense. Otherwise, you're paying people at provincial level to come and do what needs to actually be done at the local government level.
No, the department, as I said, Sakina, that 80% of the department's budget is transferred to local government through MIG, the Municipal Infrastructure Grant, and that's what we do. That is distinct, and that talks to the district municipalities, not metros, and it's very clear that it's not metros for obvious reasons. But even with that grant, you can just imagine how much that grant is from the figures I've given you. Even with that grant, it's not enough to do all sorts of things, including the challenge of heritage and other facilities which are needed at those levels. But the grants, the transfers are made to local government in particular, and some go to the province from the national coffers of the department.
So what's the solution then, Minister? Because what I'm getting is the admission then is there's not enough funding and human resource for this transformation project. Because as you indicate, the municipalities themselves have their own capacity constraints. So that means we're going to this process is going to be so slow. Or is there a need for maybe a change in legislation? Because you've indicated that this process starts from local government. It's very people-driven. And you are limited in terms of what you can do. Is there a need then for a change in legislation so that as the national department, you've got more powers to speed up the process of transformation of our heritage sites so that they are representative of the diversity of this country? Because clearly there isn't enough money. We don't have enough funding and resources for this project.
I don't think that we'll ever find or reach a point in all the endeavors we are doing where we'll say that we have enough resources. The first thing is the will, the political will. As I say, that if you look at the landscape, some provinces are better off to others in terms of concentrating on this program. The solution lies in cooperative governance and ensuring that resources are pulled together, because where change has happened, we've seen both the local government and the provincial government working together to ensure that change happens. And I believe that further prioritizing this area would be important, because we have much earlier, until we spoke of ring fencing the municipal infrastructure grant, that the priority or even of that MIG has not been on the portfolio, sport, arts and culture. Money sometimes used for other things and so on. That's why we felt as government that there has to be ring fencing of MIG, so that even the consciousness, both of the public representatives and the public themselves, is deepened in understanding the importance and the place of heritage, of culture within our nation.
It's always difficult to understand the lack of political will, because where's that will supposed to come from, Minister? Who is in charge? You know, if we're talking about a lack of political will. But further to that, how effective are your provincial heritage authorities? Because a few years ago, I distinctly remember there were only 3 that were fully functional. The obvious Western Cape, which is a very tourist-driven destination, then there was KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape. The rest were hardly functional. So how effective are they now in supporting the local municipalities where these heritage sites reside?
You have touched a very critical point, Sakina. You are correct, very correct on that matter. And part of the task team I gave was to look at the capacity. You would have noticed that in terms of the solutions and the way forward, the legislative efficacy has been flagged as one key cluster area which need to be strengthened. That is why when Parliament last year or in 2019 adopted the white paper, we then started a process of strengthening these structures, because without them being strengthened and with the envisaged workload which is going to be faced with them, we are going to have a problem in implementation. The South African Heritage Resources Agency, which is the national body, as I said, has embarked on a process of getting into provinces, looking at these structures, and also doing an inventory on everything which has to do with symbols, with signs, and everything heritage in the provinces. They are giving us back next month the report about this and the recommendations on the amendment of the South African Heritage Act itself. So I think that we have touched on a point which the task team identified as a weak link in us moving forward, and we are going to be amending the Act, particularly on this, and strengthening these structures, because they need to be more stronger. The volume of what is coming and the interest, by the way, since we started the process of consultation with the structures, is being realized, and people do see the need to move forward. But the issue of political will you are talking about is not in isolation. It is about also pressures which people raise from time to time as priorities of people getting water, of people getting, all the basic services and so on and so forth. Ours is to work and raise a point that all of those matters of basic needs are important, but there is another very basic need which has to do with the soul of the nation, which has to do with the heritage and the identity of the nation, which is the work we are seized with.
Minister, the last question for me is around the National Heritage Council. What's the responsibility of that council in helping with this project you're talking about, this transformation project? And what's the state of the National Heritage Council? Because the last time I checked, you had removed the board and then you appointed an administrator. You were accused of going against the PFMA in appointing that administrator. So it looks like it's shambles there. And if you don't get those systems in place and those bodies in place that are so critical, then we're not really going to get far. What's the state with that council?
Well, the work we're talking about, by and large, is overseen by the South African Heritage Resources Agency. And that's the structure which has provincial structures, which Sakina was referring to. So insofar as the implementation, the application of this work of heritage landscape and transforming thereof, that's where work would be done. The National Heritage Council is mainly a body which is an advisory institution on heritage matters to the minister. And that's mainly their task. No, there is a board. When the board was, when I dissolved the board, we appointed the board. Those people are talking about flouting the PFMA. That argument is neither here nor there, because what happened is that the administrators were put in place because you had no board at that time, you had no CEO, so there was nothing. And it then was upon the executive authority to intervene in that kind of a situation, which we did. We intervened. As we speak now, there is a board, and the board has been there. Immediately after we've dissolved the board which was there, the new board then came in, and the work at that level is continuing. Whilst at the same time, problems which were raised there were mainly allegations of corruption from whistleblowers, and that's what the entity is dealing with, and the work continues.
Final question from the chat box, Minister. Can we obtain a copy of the heritage audit conducted by the department?
Absolutely. As I said, I'm still to get it because they are final. What happened in this instance? We went around the country. We employed 265 young graduates to work under heritage experts to do this work. So they've done it, and thanks to the presidential employment stimulus package, which assisted us on that, and they are finalizing their report. As I said, they'll be reporting to the minister at the end of next month, which is June, beginning July, and from there it's going to be a public document.
Minister, we thank you so much for your time. The Honourable Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Nathi Mthethwa, and very interesting, the prominence of place that heritage and culture, sport should enjoy in our lives, as the Minister says, sometimes perhaps diminished because of some of the other pressing needs. But some of these things are very real in terms of a revenue generation perspective for municipalities. I remember as a child going to Pretoria on an excursion, a school excursion to the Kruger Museum, and that was something that has stuck with me. And it really kindled an interest in history, so that it's not just an abstract thing. And subsequently, I'm that tourist who would go to a small town to visit a heritage site, to go to a small town to go and visit a museum. And I think there can be a lot more done to actually exploit this revenue stream in municipalities if done correctly, though, because it doesn't help when you go to Vilakazi Street and you go to the Mandela House. What a disappointment for me personally. I wanted more, I expected more, which is not there. And I think we need to really look at how we preserve our heritage in this country.
Yeah, and just the cooperation as well between the national government and the local municipalities as well. There was a report that I read a couple of months ago around the city of Cape Town, which talked about... I think that's our next speaker.
There's our minister. Yeah, she's chomping at the bit to get in here.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe
and we'll bring in the minister just now. But that report was talking about how people in Cape Town feel unseen and unrepresented because the heritage, the infrastructure, the public spaces in that city are not representative of everyone who lives there. They're representative of a minority. So it's that cooperation and the need at local government, at provincial, at national government to understand how important it is for, as the minister said, identity to be reclaimed. But that must still be done, as you say, in a proper way, relocating the funds properly. We're not saying take whatever budget you have and take down the statues, educate people when you can use that money for other resources. So very important conversation there with the minister. So the next keynote speaker is the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. That is the Minister, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. We heard her there. I think she was testing her mic. So Minister, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. The President of SALGA, Councillor Tembisile Gadimane, and members of the NEC of SALGA, and Deputy President of SALGA, Ngangilizwe, and the fourth. Honorable Amos Masondo, Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Minister and colleague Gosnatin Tetwa, Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, and other cabinet ministers, Honorable Faith Mtambe, Chairperson of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on COPTA, and other members of Parliament, members of the provincial executives, all spheres of government, Minister Thabo Manyoni, Chairperson of the Municipal Demarcation Board, Mr. Glenn Mashinini, Chairperson of the IC, mayors, speakers, councillors, and delegates. Let me thank you for the opportunity to address this landmark SALGA Special National Assembly, which you convene at the sunset of the fourth term of democratic local government. This assembly seeks to inspire service delivery into the fifth term. Often when we turn to seek inspiration, we seek it elsewhere, forgetting our own experience, history, culture, and heritage. Addressing the OAU for the first time as a democratically elected head of state and government in June 1994, President Nelson Mandela reminded us that, I quote, "All human civilizations rest on foundations such as the ruins of African city of Carthage. These architectural remains like the pyramids of Egypt, the sculptures of the ancient kingdoms of Ghana, Mali, and Benin, like the temples of Ethiopia, the Zimbabwe, the Great Zimbabwe, and the rock paintings of the Kalahari and Namib Desert, all speak of Africa's contribution to the formation of the condition of civilization," close quote. Thus, as we seek inspiration, we must remember that the notion of local government and governance has existed on our continent since time immemorial. The colonial masters and architects of apartheid sought the destruction of our established African government norms. They did so because they understood them to be the key instruments by which we could sustain our resistance and secure our liberation. Consequently, they replaced or appropriated African governance structures so as to prop up their illegitimate regimes. They achieved this through unjust legislation and minority public policies. These included the Land Acts, the Group Areas Act, which enabled the illegal appropriation of African assets whilst reserving the core economic activities for white and male control. This created segregated and unequal communities. On the one hand, there were the privileged minority white town councils who fell into 4 provinces. On the other hand, were the unserviced and impoverished black masses who were clustered into 10 meaningless Bantustan administrations in rural South Africa and illegitimate councils in the urban areas. These legacies still remain with us today. We must also remember that in the pre-colonial Africa, diverse social, cultural, and government norms existed side by side, and at most times in harmony. Studies carried by Mayer, Fortes, and even Pritchard have proven their sophistication, wherein they note 2 main types of government regimes. One group consists of those societies which were centralized authority, administrative machinery, and judicial institutions. And some examples of that are the Ngwato, the Bemba, the Zulu. And the other type of administration were societies which lack centralized authority, where there were no sharp divisions of rank, status, or wealth. This comes from that study, and I close quote. These age-old African norms we speak of are now what modern societies seek to pursue. However, they have been assigned names such as classless society, inclusive governance, consensus-building governance, and so on. We must therefore not look down on our culture and heritage, but use it to inspire us to higher levels of performance. Of commonality in African societies is their inclusivity, order, and in fact, decisions and leadership choices were arrived at by consensus and in the interest of the whole society. In fact, this is at the heart of the vision advanced by our democratic state, as captured in our coat of arms, which reads, "Stay a I hope I've not butchered the language, in the Khoisan language, meaning unity in diversity. Our coat of arms captures what should inspire all of us and the next administration of local government. The coat of arms traces our history, leans on our heritage, and advances a philosophy that compels us to harness individual efforts towards unity between thought and action. That action ought to be directed at reversing the enduring legacy of colonialism and apartheid, as symptomized by the challenges of hunger, poverty, unemployment, inequality, underdevelopment, gender inequality, which confronts the masses of our people. Because of our history and nature of our challenges, the White Paper on Local Government establishes the promises of a developmental local government. Such a government is one which is, I quote, committed to working with citizens and groups within the community to find sustainable ways to meet their social, economic, and material needs and improve the quality of their lives, close quote. Unfortunately, over the 21 years democratic local government has not adequately fulfilled its developmental role, especially as it relates to economic development. Whereas our commitment to work with our citizens as national, provincial, and local government is unquestionable, our silo orientation actions often display the opposite. These actions have led to the well-known rift and distance between the institution of government and the people. The Elderman's Trust Barometer provides evidence of this. It shows that only 20% of the people fully trust government. 16% partially trust government. This is government as a whole. But assumingly, because of its proximity to the people and its well-documented underperformance, the local sphere is least trusted. Whether real or perceived, this should be a cause of concern. However, the barometer provides a silver lining in that dark cloud, and it shows that despite this mistrust, 57% of Africans believe that they will be better off in 5 years' time. For context, consider that only 15% of Japanese feel the same, 19% of the French, 27% of the British, and 32% of the Australians. Unfortunately, South Africa is the only African country measured by that study. Program Director, the district development model can capitalize on this wind of hope and optimism by improving horizontal and vertical coordination and integration. Unity in action can be guaranteed. This will maximize the impact and strengthen the local sphere of government. The DDM established enables us to pursue socio-economic and spatial transformation through a more tangible common vision by adopting a long-term view and interconnecting the local economies. We will be able to reimagine a better community, district, and nation. We are able to transcend our current limitations by capitalizing on the endowment structure of each district. That inquiry includes the question, what does this district have? By identifying these in every district and metro, we are therefore able to locate the district's competitive advantage and utilize it for shared growth and prosperity. Here, we should speak and ask the question, what can the district do best? This will allow us to purposefully link our local economies with the district and province and national economies, thus enabling us to massify, optimize, and transform the structure of the economy. All these will require a developmental and appropriately capacitated local government. Although we will deploy district hubs in every district so that we may avail shared skills where municipalities may lack, we'll have to gear up and capacitate our municipalities in the long run. In part, this will require that we collaborate amongst the 3 spheres of government to influence the National Skills Development Plan, such as that it may be responsive to the needs of the local sphere of government. In this regard, we have begun to work with the National School of Government so that we may equip the political and administrative levels of local government. Currently, the school offers transverse skills such as governance, ethical leadership, the MFMA, managing performance, customer service, monitoring and evaluation, and economic governance, to name but a few. Some of these can be taken online or on a part-time basis. We will also continue to deploy the MISA technical support teams, especially to struggling and rural municipalities. We have thus found far found it difficult to attract the right expertise. The focus has been on infrastructure, planning and delivery, particularly those funded through infrastructure grants such as the MIP. This will be undertaken through joint efforts with provincial copters and treasury departments. A critical element for the success of the implementation of DDM is the mobilization of communities so that they may drive their own development. Thus, in our efforts to fortify our developmental orientation and expand access to employment opportunities, we continue to roll out the Community Works Program. However, there are challenges with the current operating model of the CWP, as it places an over-reliance on non-profit organizations. Consequently, we are redesigning the model to enable better governance and delivery, but also to make sure that people don't stay in the CWP forever, that they can get skills which will enable them either to get jobs or to form small businesses or co-ops to create jobs and to be entrepreneurs. So we hope that this training will assist, but at the same time, they can be developing their communities. For instance, they could be trained in paving roads and in making the bricks that pave the roads, of making fences and fencing. There's so many other things, maintaining schools and so on, maintaining the water, making sure that the leakages are attended to. So there are many things that they can be trained in, which will allow both of them, both the job creation, entrepreneurship, but also community development and cooperatives, which can do a lot of work that is needed in the rural, particularly in the rural areas. But we need the involvement of the municipalities and their input in this redesigning, so that this project become sustainable, but also people can exit it and other people come in, new people come in. Program director, if we do not fix the current pressing challenges confronting municipalities, we will have no chance in implementing the DDM and the vision of a developmental state. Time and again, we have placed blame on the door of the local sphere, even though sometimes the challenges emanate from elsewhere. This blame we place despite what Section 154 of our Constitution says. That section says, I quote, national government and provincial governments must support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs, to exercise their powers and to perform their functions. Our knee-jerk reaction thus far has been to state with Section 139 without introspection on our own actions in fulfilling the expectation of Section 154. So we must change gear and emphasize more on Section 154 and utilize Section 139 when all else fails. We must use our legislation to suppress our takeaway functions and powers from other spheres, so that other spheres and still have their powers even though we assist them. We must rather seek to facilitate for the spirit of cooperative governance by seeking to solve problems together and to intervene through 154 before things get out of control. In seeking to locate solutions, we have introduced legal amendments to Municipal Structures Amendment Bill. It has been finalized by Parliament, and I know SALGA made lots of contribution to that, and has been submitted to the President for assent. Through this bill, there will be a tightening of Governance and Municipal Operations, which will, amongst others, clarify the political and administrative interface, which has in the past been at the root of many of the challenges, including interface in supply chain processes. To complement this and to consider the applicable support and developmental administration systems, we are also developed the municipal systems bill. The bill is at consultative phase, and it would benefit from the experience the members of this assembly have gathered over the past 5 years, or many years for that. We therefore take this opportunity to encourage you and the public to submit your comments so that we can get our local government to work more efficiently and that the whole of government work more cooperatively. The other reality is that the current government architects will continue to disadvantage the more rural and poorer municipalities. Unless something drastic and radical is done, service delivery will continue to favor the more privileged. To this end, we are working with the National Treasury to consider how we can revise the current funding model, which makes many of our municipalities unviable or vulnerable. Ladies and gentlemen, in a short 5 months, we will be ushering in a new term of local governance. Although this is the final mile of the life of this administration, we are duty-bound to accelerate service delivery. We must be inspired to deliver quality service and to be responsive to our people so that this administration can leave a lasting legacy. This last mile will end on the 27th of October. We are confident that on that day, we will, working with the government and the IEC and the population, deliver a free and fair election. The Municipal Demarcation Board has finished its work and handed it over to the IEC. And I think the IEC has also built a sufficient foundation for that. We also believe that the revised regulations at the moment facilitate for proper canvassing and adequate voting. We do hope that we won't be stopped in our tracks by the COVID pandemic. And therefore, as we canvass for both by-elections and as we go about our work, we should remember that the pandemic is still with us. The war hasn't been won. We must therefore adhere to the established health protocols more than ever before. We must be vigilant, wear face masks, wash our hands, sanitize and maintain a safe social distance. Our lives depend on these simple protocols. Program Director, together with the National Treasury, we have also made provision for the payment of a once-off
Minister, I think you are muted now. Please unmute. It looks like you have been muted there.
Oh, sorry. Program Director, together with the National Treasury, we have also made provision for the payment of a once-off gratuity for non-returning councillors post the election. This is in accordance with the established practice. In conclusion, we must remember that we undertake all our work not for ourselves, as my Matlek has said, but because we seek to ensure that we bring about inclusive and democratic local government. This is a critical input for a developmental state. This requires an inspired service delivery. However, inspiration cannot occur in the absence of love. Like revolutionaries, we must have a deep sense of love for our people, love for our work, love for our nation. We must also be prepared to do our best every day. As an ancient sage once said, I quote, "A day is the microcosm of life. You are born every morning, every evening you die. That's all life is, an interval between birth and death. You waste a day, you wasted your life, because all you'll ever have is a day. The cycle repeats itself until one day it's the evening of your life." Truth quote. Indeed, you only have one day. What you do or do not do in a day, no matter how small in appearance, impacts on our tomorrow and the nation. So as you go to bed tonight, all of us, every night actually, all of us must ask ourselves, have I been responsive today to the needs of our people? Have I been ethical? Have I used the resources entrusted to me by the people in an efficient, effective, and ethical manner? Have I done my best? Have I lived the best way I'm capable of today? Or have I wasted the day? If we answer in the affirmative, then it's good. The following day we do the same. If the answer is in the negative, then we must strive to do better the following day. And if these questions on a daily basis are in the affirmative, then we will have inspirational service delivery, which changes the conditions faced by our people. So I'd like to thank you again for affording me this opportunity, and to say to those who are attending this assembly for the last time, we wish them the best luck in their future endeavors. We look forward to the outcomes of this assembly, and we are certain that they will inspire African excellence in the service delivery into the next term of local government. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Minister, perhaps just as a start, I'm just scouring the wires, and I see that Gauteng has just declared through Premier David Makura that the third wave of COVID-19 infections has in fact hit Gauteng. So given that the election date has been announced as the 27th of October, but it's only expected to be promulgated in August, what sort of considerations will be taken into place now, given the space for electioneering leading up to the election, and of course also the impact of COVID-19?
Okay, thank you. Maybe let me just start by saying, our behavior is very important in how the virus behaves. The virus does not move. It's moved by the people. So the non-pharmaceutical protocols are very important in determining also how big this wave will be. Because if we all try and do our best in terms of social distancing, in terms of masking, washing our hands, maybe the wave will not be as big, for instance, as the second wave. But if not, it can even be larger. So I think the responsibility is with all of us. But of course, the considerations will be determined by the infection, how big the infection is, where it is, and all that. But August is still far from here. It may be that we will be over the third wave by then, when the elections is proclaimed, and gazetted, the date. But if not, obviously, there will be consideration whether at that time we can have the elections And if the answer is that we can't because of the way of the pandemic, then we will have to then consider going to the Constitutional Court to ask for an extension, because the 27th of October is actually the last constitutionally accepted Wednesday that we can have the elections. So if we all try and keep our side of the bargain by just making sure that we do what needs to be done. Obviously, there is vaccination as well, and hopefully that will also assist in tempering with how big the third wave will be. Thank you.
Minister, how is that going to help, that vaccination program you speak of in the third wave? Because quite frankly, we've barely scratched the surface. We're still inoculating health workers. The Sisonke trial, the second phase is going to begin, but we've really not done enough. I think we're sitting at just over 400,000 health workers. There are 1.2 million health workers. So I don't think that's going to really help us in the third wave, which, as Sakina says, now the Gauteng Premier has declared is already here. So looking ahead, what work are you doing as government to try speed up that process? Because we are really doing bad compared to our counterparts on the continent, just even other countries outside the continent. So if we are to, yes, it's our responsibility to, as members of the public, as individuals, to implement the non-pharmaceutical protocols. That's our responsibility, but government has a responsibility as well to ensure a smooth and a sped up process of vaccination program. And quite frankly, they haven't really been doing well on that front. So how confident are you that ahead of elections we'll speed up that process and that will help in addition to the non-pharmaceutical protocols?
Well, the speed of vaccination obviously has many aspects to it. The availability of the vaccine itself is a critical part. But it was important that the health workers be vaccinated, because they are the ones who are also going to be doing the vaccination of the rest of the nation. As I said, we will have to look at how the wave goes, and clearly in August we'll have to make an assessment whether the election is possible in October, depending on where we are. If we look at the second wave, for instance, it started in November, but by March we were not in the second wave. It had gone down. So it depends on how long the third wave remains with us, and how, So I think government is doing its best, but as I say, the availability of vaccine, we don't have a vaccine of our own. We depend on the people who have developed and manufactured the vaccines to deliver the vaccines to us. So we can only go at the speed of receiving those vaccines. And that's why there's been an outcry. For instance, I think you recall even Bishop, the Archbishop, Anglican Bishop, the Archbishop of Anglican, Thabo Makgoba, was also advocating that there should be no discrimination in terms of availability and access of vaccines. So we'll do our best, but it will also depend how quickly we get the amounts, the numbers of vaccines that we need. Thank you.
And in the meantime, just focusing on what's happening at local government level in service delivery terms, Minister, in his closing remark yesterday, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly actually raised very sharply the issue of gender and gender sensitivity in the works of government. Now, with regard to that, according to Statistics South Africa, and this is as per 2019, 42% of households were female-headed, and of those, the majority were black. And then we of course have the ever-present triple threat of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, which again disproportionately affects black women in the main. So we know that the face of poverty in South Africa is female and it is black. So when we look at the planning at the local government level and coming from the national level at COCTA, how much emphasis is there on gender, not only gender sensitive, but also gender responsive planning, also looking at the monitoring post the planning, and of course the budgeting? How much emphasis is placed on that?
Thank you very much, Sakina. You are correct. The face of poverty in the world is female, but in South Africa it's female and black. And it is for that reason, in my own budget debate yesterday, I said that it's very important to look at gender responsive budgeting, because if we cannot account in a rand how many cents are used towards gender equity and how much is used to improve the situation of women, whether poverty, access to lands, access to higher education, access to everything, we will never be able to get to where we have equality that is envisaged in the Constitution. So what you're saying is very important, that not only local government, but the entire government must have a gender responsive budget. We've been discussing this even also with the Minister of Finance. The Department of Women have given us a framework. Now we need to really implement at in all spheres of government. But let me also say that the provision of water, for instance, is very important for the emancipation of women, because it tends to be women who have the responsibility of getting water, electricity, good roads, all those things, free women so that they can at least be able to do productive work. But if they still have to go and look for wood because there's no electricity, look for water because there's no water, then it's a problem. So, yeah, it's very important in the planning and in the budgeting. Thank you.
Except the answer is not very convincing, Minister, because yes, it's important. I raise it because it is important. You acknowledge it's important. Everybody in the value chain acknowledges that it is important, but it actually needs to be done. Hence, I spoke about monitoring that. But also, you mentioned, and I apologies, I missed the actual report you were referring to, but you said that it indicated that 57% of Africans, of which South Africa was the only African country participating in the said study, you said 57% of Africans feel that they will be better off in the next 5 years. Well, that's great, because it means our people still have hope. They are still aspirational. And if you look at what we spoke about yesterday in this forum, Minister, we spoke about the mismatch of resources in terms of what is allocated to local government vis-a-vis what local government is expected to deliver to the citizens. And like the gender question, we can't keep philosophizing about these issues. At what point do we start doing and making sure that the budgets actually speak to these issues that we say are important and that they actually are responsive to the challenges that are identified?
I wish we could ask that to the right people. But as I said, even in my talk now, that we are in discussion with Treasury precisely about that. But also we need to then, once Treasury we have agreed with Treasury, then we need to to the Fiscal Commission, and because it's in the allocation, it's not in what COGTA gives to the local government where the problem is. Because COGTA is a post office. It gets money from government and transfers it to local government. That's why I emphasize that we are discussing this thing with Treasury. I can't take that decision on my own. We have to discuss with Treasury. Then Treasury, once we agree with Treasury, it must also go to Cabinet. But I'm very concerned, and that's why I raise it all the time, and I discuss it. We are discussing with Treasury, because like you, we don't want to talk about it. We want it to be done.
Minister, I want to touch a little bit on the need to help the municipalities that are in distress. And I want to pick up on what was discussed yesterday. You spoke about the district development model. And I'm just wondering if there's synergy between the different approaches of ministers, because in 2015, it was Minister Pravin Gordhan who was at COGTA. He came up with an approach. I think he called it back to basics. And then Zwelim Kize comes with a different approach, dispatches 82 experts to municipalities, and then says, these are distressed municipalities. You come, you tell us about this district development model. How are we going to assist those municipalities if we've got so many plans that there's a new political head who comes, has their own approach? Is there synergy there, or is there a need for there to be a central plan that speaks to the needs and the capacity of municipalities and how they should be assisted, so that we don't have this disruption of every time there's a new political head, they come with their own approach, because that takes us backwards?
I hope that the president of SALGA can assist me in answering this question, because it's not a political head's decision. It's something that
this feed is counter-revolutionary. So it seems to have frozen on our side, but I think the Honourable Minister may still be answering that question. So our apologies for that, and we'll just see, because it would seem on some of the other gadgets that the Minister is still speaking. It's just on our side that it has frozen. But maybe we can bring Councillor Nkadimeng in, since it was said that perhaps she can help with the response to the question.
Hello, am I audible?
Saved
Yes.
by the mic. Please continue, Minister.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
I can hear me. Okay. If you can hear me, let me say that the district development model is not a new plan. It's a way of how government as a whole should work. The back to basic has not been replaced. It's still there. But what we are saying is that government has been working in silos, both vertically between the three spheres, but also horizontally between departments. We've been working in silos. And the district development model is saying, let's all descend on the district, have one plan, and work on it as the three spheres and all the departments. Because that way we can make a better impact than if we go solo and in silos to a place, instead of saying this place needs roads, it needs this, it needs that. Let's all come together. And also, it says that some of the municipalities are too small and too poor to have all the expertise and the professionals they need, whether it's planners or engineers or ICT or financial expertise. They are too poor and they don't have sufficient budget to attract those expertise. So maybe we should at least have those expertise at the district level, and then they can be shared by those municipalities that cannot attract them themselves. So we should not confuse the way of working as a new policy or new plan. It's just how we should work. And it should have been like that all the time. We should always have worked together, the three spheres, because the three spheres are distinctive, but they are interrelated and interdependent according to the Constitution. The different departments must not be working in silos. So that's all the district development model is trying to solve. One, the silo, so that we make a better impact with our resources. Secondly, to help the municipalities that cannot attract their own expertise. So it's not like it's a new policy or new plan. No, it's a way that government should work. And I'm sure the president of SALGA can attest to that, and many other SALGA members.
All right, Councillor Nkadime.
May we please just have sound?
Maybe you can use this.
Yeah, I'll use that one. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think the minister is correct. If you look into the fundamentals of back to basics, they are talking about, in fact, as the policy statement says, prior its introduction, we did an assessment, I think, at 15 years of local government. What have we done and how have we gone wrong, or how have we been going right? And we realized that the basic fundamental of the establishment of local government then, in its white paper in 1998, was actually talking to way of life in how the DDM is trying to structure the cooperation, coordination, and implementation of activities of government as a whole. Because remember, for example, in what the minister is articulating, there is no space called provincial or national. Every space is a ward. Every activity happens in a ward, in a particular local municipality, whether you are building a school, whether you are building a police station, and all amenities that may not necessarily be in the ambit of local government. So it is important that government as a whole now plans together, directed by cooperative government. And remember, the ministry which Menko Sazana is leading is not, it's cooperative governance, to ensure that all of us as a government in South Africa, we work together to ensure that we deliver those services. Of course, some of the policy statements, you are correct, were not necessarily about the changing of direction. They were about, for example, Project Consolidate. It was after the establishment of local government, the TLCs themselves, and then local government in the form of how it is structured today. Of course, then it was still at over 280 municipalities, establishment of the Municipal Demarcation Board. So you had to consolidate those municipalities to create them into one. When that was achieved, there was a new policy statement which seemed to take delivery forward. Yes, there were mistakes, and why we had to go back to the basics and see what were the fundamentals of a developmental local government to ensure that we deal with the issues of delivery, putting government together. So this DDM takes us actually to the origins, which is the basic of local government, as enshrined in our white paper of local government of 1998. It's not necessarily a policy change, it's a way of life, and we should be living in this ethos continuously. I mean, you had the argument yesterday of the MMC from Tshwane municipality saying, no, we don't want DDM because we believe we are as fear ourselves. We are not a district. We don't want to be coordinated. But then get stuck when she says we will need from government section 154 to assist us on some of the issues. And that's what this way of life is about. One government, one plan, one budget. Simply, that's what DDM is about. Thank you very much.
And I think, thank you, Minister. We're going to leave it
Thank
there.
you for assisting me, President of SALGA.
We appreciate your contribution here, Minister. And obviously, much more to talk about, but it's not going to happen today and during this session. But that, of course, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, has her hands full in more ways than one, because even on the traditional affairs side of things, it's all happening in this portfolio. But that's where we're going to leave that one for the time being. So moving swiftly along to our next session, which is going to, of course, be a very intense interactive one, because I think this is where most of the members will have a lot of questions to ask. Speaking of transitioning from the 4th to the 5th term, and what needs to happen at the end of, for example, said term, and questions that need to be answered. And also, very interestingly, there will be a touch on, the integrated councillor induction program. And just carrying forward from your last point there, you talk about all the various changes that you go through. You look at the economic policy in the country, for example. You started RDP, then we had GEAR, then people were still trying to get to grips. Then we went from GEAR to ASGISA. Then from ASGISA we went to GIBSA. And then from GIBSA we went to, a new growth path. And then from there we had the NDP. And people are always grappling, to come to terms with what is happening. And you can imagine the impact that it has for those who actually need to do the work on the ground. It's not easy. We take it for granted sometimes that people are always following, but it's not always easy. So it's going to be interesting to listen to some of the inputs here, and of course then take the questions as soon as we possibly can.
And that's where, because you are going to facilitate that discussion, that's where I'm going to leave it now. But I think it's going to be an interesting one. Looking forward to the discussion, Sakina.
Well, thank you so much, Clement. And I think let's get straight to it without much further ado, as we are pressed for time. So I'm going to call for this particular session our panelists, and they are Mr. Lance Joel, who is the Chief Operations Officer for SALGA, also Mr. Rio Noluchungu, who is the Chief Officer for Municipal Capabilities and Governance, and Mr. Elias Msiza, the MCPF Principal Officer. And I'll ask all three of them to perhaps just come up to the stage so that they are here as we move through. But Mr. Lance Joel will start off this particular session, and he'll be taking a look at, if I remember correctly, the governance and institutional matters, and also readiness for gratuity payments and the pension fund exit. Now, I know there will be many questions, but perhaps we'll be better served by taking the presentations first and then running through the questions as speedily as we can. So please note your questions, keep them short and sharp, and then we'll try and run through as many as we can at the end of all the presentations. Mr. Joel, thank you so much. I'm going to need that. And all right, so I believe a quick little change. Did you say Mr. George will start? Oh, Mr. Xolile George, who's not on my program, who is now. Mr. George, if you will come up first, please, then. My apologies. So Mr. Xolile George will start us off, and then we will run through those presentations by the other gentlemen, and we'll take your questions. I have the iPad, so any questions you may have, it's going to be quicker if I can just read them to the various panelists and get those answers to you. So, Mr. George, if you will start, and then we'll get on with the other presentations.
No, thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning to all the honorable delegates who are present here and the leadership of SALGA. The discussion is the essence of our presence for these 2 days, because the theme says we must deal with the transition. So we will be giving an outline of the issues that constitute what will be the shape and form of this transition that we're going to go through. And we have packaged it into 3 areas: the before scenario, the during scenario, and the post-election scenario. So leading to October, what are the things we should be doing that should assist and guide municipalities? And during the elections themselves, what do we expect municipalities to do to make sure that we smoothen the approach to running the complex issues of elections, the changes in council, the expectation of administration, and so on. And then when such councils are established, what are the things? So the panelists will be reflecting on the interactions by yourselves on every aspect. So my duty is just to outline what these issues will be focusing on. As you can see that we have packaged the transition into 2 parts. We are currently closing the chapter of the 2016-2021 period. So the pre-election issues pertain to that. The second part is what I've outlined as during elections, and that speaks to what would happen around ward and PR elections, because we'll have new wards and other things. And there are adjusted wards as the demarcation board, the elections that go with it, as well as what would happen once IEC declares the results of every area. The last part deals with the role of the administration, the new speakers, the new mayors, in a phase that we call post. So we are aware as SALGA that there is a lot of leadership that it needs to be given to municipalities to guide this transition. And working with our partners, COCTA and National Treasury, each one of us has a role to play to guide this transition. So the framework will be outlining. You will receive it in this Bible form, but would make sure that we don't overwhelm you as functionaries in the municipality to be expected to go through this Bible. But it's important that every chapter at your own time you will go through it, but we will be able to give you summaries of actions. When the council is declared elected, what is my role as MM? Because I'm the first person who is existing legally. What form of the notice that I must issue out calling the first council meeting? If I'm a speaker, what notice must I give up in order to convene the sitting to elect a speaker? So does the speaker in electing the mayor and other members. So it's a very detailed account that everyone will have to go through to manage that. So the National Executive Committee approved this program in February to guide our work, in March rather, not February. So as we go forward, there are elements that I would outline under each of these provisions. The first one deals with the pre-elections. What are the things that we should be doing? Because running a municipality is a very complex operations, other than what we are known for. Because we are setting a government that must be lawfully established so that it operates properly. So SALGA is currently developing a comprehensive councillor induction program. So that all the 10,000 plus councillors we'll have throughout the country are properly inducted At the same time, we have a clear plan of that rollout across all provinces, and we are now operating under difficult conditions. Before, we would gather people in Gauteng, bring all councillors, each and every province. We will now consider a number of factors, take into account hybrid models consistent with the COVID reality that we have. We will also develop and roll out guidelines for governance support. The municipal electoral officers, MMs that would be dealing with elections during that period, what role must they do to make sure credibility of election not compromised? Because all of them will be working to assist IEC. What must we do to fund activities during elections, preparations of mayoral committee handovers, as well as issues of delegation of authority, just for that period? What are the things that need to be managed properly? And the role of the municipal manager during the transition. We will also do social plan for councillors, as we have done in 2011, we've done in 2016, the assets that they are in possession of, the guidelines for withdrawal for their pension funds, those who may not be coming back, the guidelines for gratuity payment that as SALGA we normally work towards. We have secured funding even for this year for those councillors that we know may not come back. For the last 3 elections, every term, we have seen no less than 70% turnover of councillors. We hope it won't be the same this time, that by the time you get acclimatized and you are doing very well, and all of a sudden you are no longer elected back by your political party, for whatever reasons. But the impact it does on the stability of municipalities is quite a concern for us. So we will be looking at those in terms of the pre. So it's quite an intensive element of work that we are doing. We will also have guidelines for day one. Once IEC declares results after 3 days, the law kicks in. Within 14 days, the first council of a local municipality must be established. The first council of a metro must be established. So what do I do as an MM on day one? These are the issues that are the products that SALGA will be preparing to make sure that all of us, we know the roles, the rules of order, the delegations, how do we establish ward committees, how do we make sure that the interaction with everybody is done properly, and so on and so on. So around those areas, there are a number of areas that I hope your screen is not acting up on your side, that will constitute the key elements of what will be issuing out. Appointments in terms of reference, governance continuity, the role of MMs, the delegation of powers, and the funding of political party election activities. We all know that there's a new law that has recently been signed by the President, as passed by Parliament, to deal with this question. So all of that will be a suite of advisory that will be issued out as SALGA. We will also, during the elections, ensure that roles and responsibilities of political structures, political office bearers, and municipal manager are clearly outlined, including the guidelines for the first meeting of the newly elected council. We will also deal with the question of post-elections. What do I do as an MM? How does a new council manage the recruitment of senior managers should there be vacancies in those municipalities? We also give guidance, because if you look at the law now, the Systems Act, if you are an MM and you have been appointed rather, if your term goes up to October, the law allows a year after that in terms of your appointment. In other words, you can't be appointed beyond that. So the new council has a responsibility to appoint its manager. So SALGA will give you those guidelines and also deal with the question of the relationship between district and local municipalities, because once 14 days comes up, then after that 21 days, a district council must be established in that regard. We are also aware that for the last 20 years, 27 years that we celebrated as a country, since 1994, breakthrough of our country's new dawn of democracy, there's a number of issues that constitute the birth pains of a new democracy, the overwhelming expectations of our people, and how the trust deficit has been gradually eroding. So when you look at municipalities, what comes into mind when you hear the word municipality? What does it evoke? We know that a number of our people have expressed their views. You have seen our coverage yesterday, going direct to the people, hearing what they say. In the midst of all of that, when there's progress and difficulties, we will be profiling those successes between now and October to showcase what is happening in many municipalities. Last night there was a live debate, and also for myself, I heard for the first time from the mayor of Emalahleni, Mayor Malachi, to say that many people don't know that we are funding so many young people in our municipality. Every year, without fail, we issue bursaries, working with private sector partners. And perhaps these are some of the stories we don't speak about as local government. So we are communicating very badly, so to speak. So we undersell the positive story that local government is known for. Yet at the same time, there's a lot of negativity that we don't hide away. So we'll be balancing all of those issues as part of our profiling. These are some of the objectives that our profiling will be happening, and it will be sustained beyond elections to make sure that we also ensure that the discourse in our country is a balanced story. When we extract accountability, at the same time we must speak about successes that local government has contributed objectively in line with the reports of National Treasury, reports of States SA, reports of Auditor General, and so on. These are the calendar issues that will form our transition campaign that we'll be managing in terms of various elements of the program and targeting multimedia platforms to make sure that we create a full balanced story. So we'll be quite intense in a number of areas, and we have a number of partners that we'll be working on in terms of this work. You would have seen some installments that you get up from SAFMs. You will see some of them on electronic media, various platforms that will speak the positive story of our municipalities that we know, as well as the issues where we are not so proud of in terms of the failures of service delivery. And these are some of the number of issues we'll be talking about, using multimedia platforms, including billboards and so on, and the number of screens that we have set up throughout the country to make sure that our reach covers as wide as we can as SALGA. A number of media posts socially that we'll be working on, a number of publications that we will be covering up. And thank you very much for many mayors who have contributed so far in a number of stories that SALGA TV has visited you across the provinces, communicating the stories that you know your city, your local authority, your metro has been doing, and we will balance that with what the people are saying on the ground, including a number of our people that today cannot claim any dividend of our democratic project as a country. They have voted more than 5 times, they have been unemployed, they have no house, they stay in shacks, but they maintain the hope that things will change. How do we reach out to those communities such that we can mobilize the energy of the entirety of the state to deal with those issues in a way that must inspire hope to our people and make sure that everyone can see value in being part of our democratic state as a country. So where there's no hope, we need leadership that would take the baton from those who are existing on the 26th, 27th October and take charge of ensuring that that life continues. So I would leave this part for Lance to speak on the gratuity payment, and the rest of the discussion then will take shape on those pre, during, and post issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Xolile George, who is, of course, the CEO of SALGA. And just before Lance starts, just a quick question. Someone wants to know, this is from Hatton Gorman, is there an attendance register somewhere? And Lance, perhaps you can answer that question in getting on with your presentation. And Lance Joel is, of course, the Chief of Operations here at SALGA, and he'll be speaking to governance and institutional matters, and also the readiness for gratuity payment and pension fund exit. Over to you, Lance.
Well, thank you very much, Shakina, and may I also just extend greetings to all of the participants, and all protocols are observed. The question that was asked, we will share with all speakers of councils a detailed list of, since we started, when we opened the platform yesterday morning at 8 a.m., we'll be able to track throughout the 2 days who has been in attendance at the event. So we will share that with all of the speakers. We would also add it onto our webpage for the benefit of delegates. To come to the part I've been asked to speak to, I will try to be brief, Shakina, is on a very sensitive topic on the gratuity payment that has been extended in the past to non-returning councillors, and essentially the background has been, I think, for those who may not be aware, so that we quickly reflect on those areas, is that the gratuity payment is not limited to local government itself. It is a benefit that has been extended across all three spheres of government to all of the public office bearers. We have, for the 2011 period elections, 2016 elections, we, together with COGTA, had motivated for the extending of that payment, and we've done the same for this 2021 exit. And essentially it is a benefit that is extended to assist those non-returning councillors who have been benefiting from an income over a defined 5-year period linked to this term of office, that indeed if they should not return, at least there is a 3-month buffer to cover them based on their basic income that they would have received in this particular term of office. So the lessons we draw from 2011 is based on this experience, that we had an unfortunate reality in 2011 that the elections took place in May, and yet the payment itself only started with the commission months later, some 3 months later, issuing the recommendation, and ultimately we only saw councillors receiving the benefit, some earlier ones 8 months post the elections, and it defeated the purpose of the particular payment. But fortunately we saw just over 4,000 councillors benefiting from that payment, and it amounted to about 139 million in total. In 2016 we tried to improve, an amount of just under 3.10 million, well 310 million was allocated. Again, the commencement of engagement started early, but the implementation, which kicks off with the commission, independent commission making a recommendation, again followed 3 months after the elections, and therefore payment could only take effect some earlier 6 months after the election. But fortunately we saw 5,500 councillors benefiting from that payment. As we are preparing for this exit, 2021 exit, we have already started lobbying for the funding, and as the CEO has indicated, funding has now been made available. There are processes that are unfolding as we speak that is looking at how this funding would be disbursed, and a number of meetings that have already taken place, and these meetings includes engagements with all of the relevant stakeholders, key amongst them being National Treasury, as well as the South African Revenue Services, SARS, because there is a tax clearance certificate that must be issued by SARS before any payments could be made, and our experience in the past has been is that delays the ultimate disbursement of the gratuity payment. So work is in progress to ensure that at least pre the elections much work would be done, and that would include calculating on the assumption that every single councillor may not come back before the elections, calculating what the potential payment would be for each of those councillors, but also starting the process of securing the tax clearance certificates from SARS. And what we are exploring differently this year, together with COCTA and Treasury, is that instead of the delays that are incurred by trying to make payment directly to councillors, we would make that payment to municipalities that would then make the payments to councillors. What it will assist with is, we have unfortunately also had bad experiences that bank account details that were given of councillors, there were some problems to it, especially where councillors have gone into the red. When the payment is made, it goes towards that negative element, and ultimately those councillors don't benefit. So we are looking at making the payments to municipalities, and then there could be arrangement made on how to transfer those monies to the individual councillors. So that's the work in progress, and as things are unfolding, we will continue to update members on those aspects. There is this ongoing question that is posed to us as SALGA, and it relates to, when does a councillor start receiving a salary and when do they end receiving a salary being a councillor? And we want to reflect on, firstly, what the legislative provision is. The first is that the Structures Act provides that you are elected once the results are pronounced by the IEC. So the start of the term of office is when the IEC declares the elections for your particular municipality. The end of the term is when the next council is declared elected. So what does that mean? And we are using the example of 2016, where the elections took place on the 3rd of August 2016. The results were declared, most of them, on the 6th of August 2016. What it means is that whilst the elections took place on the 3rd of August, the end of the term was only on the 6th of August, meaning the date when the IEC declared the elections. And therefore, the end of the salary of those that started in 2011 and ended in 2016 would have been on the 6th of August when the IEC declared elections. For those who start the term, they will start receiving remuneration in the current term from the 6th of August 2016. So if you assume that the elections are indeed on the 27th of October and that the IEC will declare results by the 30th of October, it means that current sitting councillors will receive remuneration until the 30th of October. The newly elected councillors will start receiving their remuneration from the 30th of October going forward. So that will clarify some of the issues that we often see coming up. We also want to prepare our municipalities for SALGA's transition in itself, and SALGA's transition, which is linked to the transition of local government, takes its cue from this flow, which is linked to the elections, the date of the elections, when the results come out, when councils meet at the local, at the metropolitan and the metropolitan level, to when the district meets once the locals have appointed their reps to the districts, and then thereafter we could then have our own internal governance processes taking place, which will start with the provincial conferences, and we have targeted the second part of January 2022 to have the provincial conferences and the national conference at the end of February 2022, which will result in a new leadership for SALGA at both provincial as well as a national level. The link to our own transition, which you will see is part of this topic for discussion, and it's the last part I will speak to, Sakina, is the SALGA 5-year plan. And SALGA, we plan based on the term of office of local government, so our planning is linked to that term. And for the current plan, which started in 2017, it reaches its milestone at the end of March 2022. So we require to have a new plan, 5-year plan, for the period 1 April 2022 up to the end of March 2027. So we are embarking on a process of developing that particular plan, but that plan is not the only deliverable as part of the SALGA transition. We also need to look at developing the first year annual performance plan for the 22-23 financial year and the related operational plan. So that is work that we are going to start putting together from this month. And what this slide does, it indicates to members the process that is going to be followed with effect from this month of May, and concluding at the February 2022 National Conference, and then the newly elected leadership would look at approving that final plan, and then we will start the processes of change management. So just to give you an indication, I will not walk you through the detail. These are the different steps and processes that we are going to follow starting from this month. And our expectations from our members are to participate in the consultative workshops that will be held over the next few months, to present you with an opportunity to influence the 5-year plan, but also, as you would have noticed yesterday, is that we already started the online service. We are really pleading with our members to participate in the online service because it will influence what goes into that particular 5-year plan. So Sakina, let me pause there on my part of the presentation, flowing from what the CEO earlier presented. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much, Chief of Operations, Mr. Lance Joel. And what we'll do is we'll just hold on to those questions. As I said, let's run through all the presentations first, and then we'll take the questions at the end. So up next to speak to the Integrated Council Induction Program is Mr. Rio Noluchungu, who's the Chief Officer for Municipal Capabilities and Governance.
Thank you, Program Director. And greetings to the leadership of SALGA, mostly that's here in the venue, as well as to the National Assembly delegates connected throughout the country. I'm going to deal with some elements of the transition. I must apologize, Sakina, I've broken a bit of a rule for the conference program. I've consulted with the CEO. There's an additional component apart from the transition that speaks to the current program that we are busy with, which is negotiations with municipal unions. It won't take up most of the time, but it's an important program of the day, and it's widely reported as we speak and as we gathered here in this NMA. So I'll speak to the integrated councillor induction, the strategic senior managers recruitment program, and I will not repeat what the CEO has already mentioned. And again, the context is similar. We speak about those as elements of the transition management plan. In the presentation that is on the link, a lot more detail obviously is provided on this. But first and foremost, the Integrated Councillor Induction Program is arguably one of SALGA's important programs, especially in a year of elections. And it involves a lot of planning, infrastructure, a lot of consultation, a lot of resource mobilization well before even the elections take place and newly appointed councillors are elected. So we thought let's just share a bit of a screenshot where we come from with this important initiative of SALGA, and also to affirm its significance in the sense that even though it largely carries the identity of SALGA in its implementation, it is a program that draws on many stakeholders within the cooperative governance system, in particular primary stakeholders like COGTA, National Treasury, the Auditor General, the National Schools of Government, and the Local Government Sector Education and Training Authority as the custodians of skills development within our sector. And we thought, let's give you a bit of the numbers that flow from when we started institutionalizing the program on a professional basis, noting that we have an institutional arrangement within SALGA that drives the implementation of this program in the form of the SALGA Center for Leadership and Governance. Here's a scorecard of us when we break down the councillor induction performance, and you look at it through the lens of the term that we're about to conclude, taking stock of the fact that we had 2 phases of the councillor induction program, one generic in nature and one focus on certain areas of the roles that councillors fulfill, that also carries credits in terms of its accreditation status. Those are the numbers. Of course, on the one hand, we get feedback from the councillors themselves when newly elected. How do they feel with the experience of the induction process? They give us feedback. They tell us where they have expectations of further development. So we collect that information just to be able to learn from that experience and also effect continuous improvement measures that are often a critical element of this kind of program. But we also ask ourselves difficult questions as we do so. Difficult questions like, why do we invest so much by way of time and resources, train councillors in their oversight duties, in governance, and we're not getting the throughput, Sakina, in terms of improved governance and improved performance, where those problems are often consistently being experienced in municipalities. And we are also doing our bit to try and effect those improvements that are going to give us some level of improved impact from the investment we make in developing councillors. And when we look forward, we have taken stock of those improvements. And some things have also been triggers for us in conceptualizing those improvements. You know, COVID has visited us. The advent of the 4th industrial revolution is upon us. So we've started thinking that we need to modernize our capacity building, offering, our approaches, as well as the methods we deploy. We also want to deliver training, learning and development on the basis that we deploy a lot of instruments that collect data as we implement them, so that we are able to analyze from the data we collect and follow the councillor at the point of their role and see what are the specific challenges that that councillor is facing that possibly influences their ability or lack of ability in effecting the required levels of oversight, as well as other related functions of the councillor and responsibility. But we also want to, most importantly, and this is something that we've spent time bringing across in the recent past, it's also a big component of our annual performance plan. We shared this recently with the portfolio committee of COGTA. We want training that delivers improvements in leadership effectiveness. We want training that delivers oversight improvements, and we also want a training that delivers improvements in performance as well as in accountability. But we are not naive, program director, to think that all the problems that the sector faces are all going to be resolved by training. So we want to create an environment where all the key elements of transformational change and improvements that we look for start working well together. The political management side of things, you saw earlier, Councillor DeVos presented a report coming from the structural affairs. So we're looking at all components of improvement so that the system starts responding to the expectations of public trust and confidence. And we also want to contribute towards a councillor that may start off upon election not necessarily meeting our paradigm of a fit-for-purpose councillor, but we want, as the councillor progresses with their experience working in the sector, that they constantly are improving, they constantly integrate the elements that we advocate for when we articulate what a fit-for-purpose councillor is from a point of view of SALGA's competency model. We want those values, we want those ethos to start being embraced by councillors so that we can effect those improvements and those changes that we want to see in the sector. And we've also learned some lessons in the process, and I will not speak about those lessons in detail. I think they are fairly straightforward as you see them on the screen. On the one hand, we have bigger objectives to fulfill. We want to improve councillors to a level of better knowledge, a level of better qualification, a level of better professionalism, but we also want to digitize our operations in the way we implement these products. And there's a whole lot of them that you find within the menu of SALGA, but we thought let's emphasize for purpose of today those that are relevant to the transition process. And those obviously represent some of the new insights that we are starting to introduce as we prepare for the future. And I just want to declare for a moment, Sagina, so that I'm not in trouble, as I reflect, as I'm about to reflect on some of those uses. This is the journey when we look at it through a workflow. What are all the elements that make us deliver this councillor induction? Where do we start from a planning point of view? I know the picture is shaking a bit, but what are the nuts and bolts that drive that workflow? And it's important that we do not read these elements in a linear way. Some of them happen in ways that are integrated. Some of them obviously occur when other steps have been accomplished. But the one that I want to draw your mind to, which is a new entrant in our planning horizon, it is numbered in 21 as well as 22. We want councillors that have the ability, as they do the work, the ability to connect, the ability to share experiences, the abilities to learn from one another. And we want to create a platform through which they can do that on a real-time and everyday basis. For example, how have you, as the MPEC of a certain municipalities, managed to turn around your audit results and improvement? And we create the facility through which that councillor can come on the platform and tell a story of that change and positive to the benefit of other councillors, so that we use each other's successes to build on some of the challenges and the failures we often experience. So that's what we mean by institutionalizing online councillor communities of practice. We can post a video there of that councillor, we can pre-record it, we can create knowledge resources that provide the basis of learning, we can create a mechanism of conversating, asking questions, but as long as there's robust engagement that we see, so that we do not leave learning to the classroom. We do not leave learning only to scheduled iterations of training and things like that. And we also want to take the benefits of that tool, if I may explain it to the delegates, to what we will call a councillor learning and good governance toolkit, which will also shape it through an online enabling platform. And I happened, Sakina, to be a board of trustees member of a pension fund as nominated by SALGA, and that pension fund is operational in local government. And I thought, just to be able to make people see what we're talking about, there's my profile on that tool. I'm a trustee there, and every time in iterations of quarters, I must go to the screenshot. I must answer questions about government. I must answer questions about how I've performed in my role as a trustee. So without necessarily copying it, I'm just trying to show an example of how we would construct that toolkit of councillors. We haven't branded it yet. We're working on the infrastructure for that behind the scenes. And if you see what the Financial Sector Conduct Authority does with that tool, it uses it as an instrument for learning, but it also uses it as a mechanism of promoting good governance, including creating the ability behind it that there may be peer learning and there might be scoring. From your point of view of the assessment, how am I doing as Deputy President Gangeliswe in my work, in my municipality as a councillor, in respect of all the elements of oversight and leadership that I fulfill. So it will spread out those elements as KPIs. It will allow you to record what you are doing. It will try and analyze and say, maybe you're not doing well in looking at the financial management side because you're paying less attention in attending to impacts. You're paying less attention in dealing with your audit action plan. And I'm just throwing some examples that better illustrate what I'm trying to say. And the platform is also capable of carrying the councillor induction program in itself, including any form of multimedia lesson that you can pull. So the prototype looks like this, and it can allow you to do whatever you do in the form of learning and in the form of exercises that you do, create the percentage of learning that you've gone through over time, because you could switch it off, you could be building with council work, you can go back and reconnect, exactly as we do in the new world of work that we do our work. And once you've completed all the assigned tasks that are running on the toolkit, it will give you a certificate of completion, which you will download. And obviously, where you have to do summative assessments, the more accredited based requirements of the learning, it will obviously shift you to a different level of learning articulation, maybe take you out of the system, so that you can construct that portfolio. And that portfolio, when it has been signed off, we can send it back into the system for other councillors to see the good work that we see from other councillors. And it can also accommodate a new innovation that we've thought of, which is to create a good governance maturity index. We can also run that maturity index and do benchmarking as well as analysis. That's the thinking, for lack of a better word. And I thought maybe I should share, by way of a screenshot, what kind of thinking. It also allows that there may be an audience. Let's just say we're talking about media training, and we want to make councillors benefit from that. And I'm making an example here, Sakina. You could be a media trainer. You can get on the clock. We can shoot the video. You can say, by the way, councillors, don't think it's good news that you've built houses. You know, that classical media question that says, what is news and what is not? What is an advert? Is it the 99 houses that you've built? Is that news, or is news the one house you've not built? And very often, because of incumbency, we think the 99 houses that we've built is news, when actually it's the house you've not built that often attracts news. And it's important that we continue empowering councillors to also be the face of public communication, not only at the level of citizens, but also be able to handle media inquiries in a much more confident way, including rely on SALGA to be able to do those things in their capacity as individual leaders in municipalities. Sakina takes us away from the part one, which is what are the building blocks of the councillor induction. The CEO has articulated the time frames at which each of these things would be done. The second component relates to senior managers. Our system of local government also has a uniqueness. as the mayors are leaving, very often the senior managers are also leaving, or there are challenges about their retention. So the statement we're making that as councillors are being elected, also senior managers are either concluding their fixed-term contracts, getting their contracts extended, especially municipal managers for a period of no more than a year after elections. Some are retained, in particular those that are direct reports to municipal managers. And we need to help municipalities navigate this. And as you see in that screen, there's a menu of legislative provisions that require municipalities to adhere to in driving this process. So those are big informants to what SALGA does and how SALGA provides that support. I won't go through those pieces of legislation one by one. But from the point of view of SALGA's advisory and support mandate, it has a big responsibility of helping municipalities navigate this terrain, not just of strategic appointments, but it's also a big terrain of compliance in line with the provisions of law as well as applicable regulations. I've just shared for purposes of the delegates to the assembly having a sense of some of the menus that we built as part of reinforcing the environment of senior managers recruitment and more particularly the talent management environment. Those are some of the elements when located in various components of this support, but I think I'm going to rush in the interest of time and share. And you might be saying, maybe as a media personality, what is making this environment of recruiting so difficult? It's so difficult for, amongst others, because it requires to comply to many elements of the process. And I've set out those elements just for ease of reference. In a typical private sector recruitment process, you have to meet a minimum of 9 steps. In a local government environment, you have to meet no less than 14 steps before you appoint a senior manager. And I've set them out on the screen just for ease of reference. It talks to some of the challenges that we have to do. From a point of view of SALGA support, these are some of the things we will be doing. So as we go into elections, we'll assess the levels of recruitment that exists. TP is a mayor in his municipality. What is your vacancy level? How many senior managers you have? When are their contracts ending? And from there, once we do that assessment, we'll develop some prototype support plans. We analyze the picture across the sector and start going back to municipalities and engaging for the adoption of those plans and their customization to meet their own specific requirements on the ground. And also institutionalize some other support measures. Some of them are in the intelligence gathering space, some of them around benchmarking good practice, but the end result is that there are senior managers as soon as possible after the new council is instituted, so that service delivery can proceed without the usual difficulties that it may be affected by senior managers not being appointed. And then the last bit, which I requested just to quickly speak to for purposes of the delegates that are here, being up to date, is that we are in a process, and SALGA is assisted by these 10 men and women that have been approved by the SALGA NEC. This represents Sakina, the 10-member team of negotiators drawn from SALGA officials and municipalities, selected municipalities, and I'm the designated lead negotiator in the process. We've been negotiating based on that timeline. We only have one extra round to negotiate. You see, it's the 3rd and the 4th of June. And if we get to the 4th of June, I think it's on a Friday, if I'm mistaken, we are going to be in dispute with the unions. And I know you like that stuff as the media. And you might be wondering what's happening right now as we speak. Yes. So there's something that's happening inside the negotiating room, and there are things that are happening outside that may have an impact on what is happening inside. So inside the negotiating room, we are firm in our positions, which is what the first bullet says. I'm not moving a SALGA with my 2.8. That's what municipalities have said I must do. It's a below inflation increase. The unions are not moving. I want my 15%, so says SAMU. Imatu says, I want my 9%. So that's where we are. And they are refusing to consolidate their position. That's where we are. But as we are in that process, and which SAMU has decided, despite our best efforts to contain that kind of discussion inside, they've decided to report it in the media. It's now known by people, and we can't run away from it. We are doing what's called in negotiations, considering options for agreement without necessarily being bound at this point in time by what we've decided, until the mandators can say we agree that your framing of possible areas of agreement are in fact appropriate, and therefore you can go back and sign them off. That's where we are. And I'll speak a bit about what we mean by a risk-adjusted, scenario-based modeling of different options. I'll speak to that in a slide or two. But outside of that, municipalities are budgeting as we speak. They don't know what the likely increase is going to be. So that thing is still a worry for us. There's a possibility of third wave of restrictions. If that third wave results in a harder lockdown, it means it may affect the progression of negotiations. There's the dispute resolution process, which way it can go. One union may prefer that it wants the route that will allow it to get a certificate and be able to strike. The other union feels that a third-party arbitration process may be the best remedy for agreement when it's not reached. So typically how it operates is that you all motivate your positions, the arbitrator listens and says, I think in the middle of all your extremes, this is the reasonable position, and I order that this be your agreement. So we're going to be dealing with that. But there's also something new that may not be noticeable to people that are outside of the negotiation. For the first time, local government is conducting its negotiations with the unions behind a government regulation issued by the Minister of Labour. And that is, if you contemplate going to a strike as a union because you're not reaching agreement and you want to leverage your bargaining power, you are required to first speak at your members and get your members to agree that they will go on strike. So it's not enough to just collect the dispute resolution certificate and issue a strike notice. That's the first consideration. The second consideration is that the parties in that bargaining council are required through that regulation to sit down and draft those picketing rules. And the difficult thing for local government is that the office of Councillor Pagati in Buffalo City might be in the city center, and the office of Councillor Gangelizwe might not necessarily be in the city center. So the complexity is that as we develop those picketing rules, we must have regard of the physical distances that apply in every municipal jurisdiction, which might in itself complicate the discussion. But if we don't agree, the CCMA will have jurisdiction to hear our submission and order a reasonable dispensation of picketing should there be no agreement, which, when considered together with the requirement that unions must picket their members for strike, only then a strike could ensue. So we could be in dispute in June, but the unions can only be able, potentially or theoretically, to be able to go on strike maybe in September, October, if these requirements are not met. So all those considerations are also I think I lost the screen a little bit. All those considerations obviously are uppermost in our minds. I'm almost there. So I took a chance just for purposes of the delegates knowing in a slide what is the state of play in negotiations as we speak. And the color coding of the things that are on the table represent where there's significant progress, if it's in green. Where it's in yellow, it represents that there is a closeness that is developing between the negotiators towards a possible agreement. Where we are red, that is where we are furthest from each other. and I've tried to posture them or present them through the reflection that SALGA has put forward in the negotiation process. And maybe before I step off, let me take the delegates to the assembly into their confidence, maybe in 2-3 minutes. What do we mean as SALGA by a risk-adjusted scenario modeling of trying to induce an agreement between ourselves and the unions? It means because we have the freezes on benefits as a mandated position of SALGA together with below inflation increases, it means the packaging of the options have to be intertwined. You can't package a number and leave benefit increases on the side. It has to be a total package scenario. Because of that pressure, we have then had to develop a model that locates all those elements in 3 sets of explanations. And please, TP, don't fight with me that I've used BIF there. BIF means a benefit increase freeze. Because if you give a salary quantum to a municipal employee, and that amount, Sakina, by way of an example, is 5%. So at the level of the base of the salary, that's the increase. At the level of many benefits that municipal employees, that number progresses to those benefits also concurrently. And that results in a significantly higher increase than the increase that you see in the body of the agreement, which is 5%. And all those increases are known in the municipalities: medical aid subsidy, pension, notch increases. I won't mention them number. So that what to take out from the model is the following a point, that if the unions are hoping for a better increase, given the constraints that we faced, they must forego the reciprocal increases in the benefits. So there must be benefits freezes. And benefits freezes can be implemented in 3 ways: in the hard way, in the moderate way, or in the soft way. So the more softer you go towards that freeze, the lower the quantum that we are able to generate as a possible basis for a quantum increase, which is why we say on either side of the model, there's an overweight consideration on the one hand, and there's an underweight consideration. So that's really where we stand. I thought, let me accommodate this presentation because information is going around, and the union is quite active in communicate that information, that we are going back to our members, and we want to talk about these scenarios that SALGA has made. And by way of example, we started off with 2.8. Here is the bottom. So at the level of the hard BIF, which is the hard benefit increase, which is our base, if we were to improve that number, we'd improve it by 2.9, or would improve it by 3% when we progress. But it will deprive the employees of the municipality increases on all the benefits that they have, the totality of their benefits. And that will generate an impact on the personal cost budget of a municipality of no more than 4.2% in total from that 3%. And obviously the reverse is true if you look at those scenarios from a softened or moderate point of view. That's where we are. As I did indicate, we're going back on the 304 to take forward the discussion that has been incepted from when we put the model on the table. And hopefully, as with any negotiation, should we run into problems, we will again go back to the mandate givers in the form of the appropriate governance SALGA structure as well as municipalities, and get guidance on how to proceed going forward. But the fundamentals of SALGA's position, that we want a multi-year agreement, a below inflation increase, we want total freezes, we want to be able to opt out of a multi-year agreement should it do something that we could not foresee, and we want a flexible exemption dispensation. A flexible exemption dispensation means that those 160 financially distressed municipalities may be able not to pay the increase directly, from the outcome of the agreement and not be required to go to a parallel process of applying and invite possible labor stability problems in the process of doing so. That's really what we're talking about. And in the end, we're requesting the Special Assembly to note the report and accept and adopt the plan as we've provided for it in the various elements, and also to note where we are in the salary and wage negotiations. At this point, we're not necessarily talking to an engagement of reviewing the mandate. We're still firmly within the mandate that has been given by municipalities to SALGA. And on that note, I think this represents the last slide. Yes. Thank you very much, Program Director, as well as to delegates here in the Assembly.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Rio Noluchungu. And it's obvious that there are hard times ahead with those negotiations. As you said, the unions are not going to take this lying down. And it's very tough because on the one hand, one can understand where they're coming from. On the other hand, you can also understand where SALGA and its members are coming from. But it's going to be interesting to see whether you actually do find common ground on these very important questions. But that's where we're going to leave it. As it stands right now, I think it's fair to say strike season is upon us. But it all remains to be seen. We'll park that one there for now. Just a quick look at the chat box, and we asked you to please send the questions if you have any. I see there were two. They've been answered by Mr. Lance Joel on the platform. I'm not seeing any others at the moment, but if you have any, please send them timeously so that we can run through them as speedily as we can. And with that said, let's call our final speaker for this segment, Mr. Elias Msiza, MCPF Principal Officer, for his presentation looking at the development of SALGA's new 5-year strategy 2022 to 2027. Mr. Msiza.
Thank you so much, Sakina, and greetings to the President, Deputy Presidents here, and all the other colleagues from the other stakeholders. Greetings to you all. Lance, I don't know, I don't see my presentation on the screen, but then if it's not there, then I can just quickly go through here on the iPad. It is there. Oh, it is there. Okay, thank you so much. Our role, Sakina, as a pension fund, we are here to report that our plan for ensuring that our members gets paid on time following the local government elections is ready and is in the implementation stage. So I had hoped that I wouldn't go through this presentation from the beginning, just to go straight to the plan. Sorry. Oh yes, like I indicated that our plan is already in the implementation stage, Madam President. We have already engaged, we are already, as we speak now, talking to the provinces. We are conducting the members' feedback sessions, and in these sessions, we are telling the members what is it that will be expected of them following the local government elections. Previously, as a fund, you know that we had, as part of the strategy, implemented the provincial satellite offices, whereby we had appointed people from all over the 9 provinces, and they were located in those provinces in the SALGA offices. So this year we had opted that because of all the COVID-19 challenges, which are brought by COVID-19 challenges, we were not going to appoint those satellite provincial officers, but instead we would opt to use or utilize the HR officials in the municipalities in all over across the municipalities in the provinces. We have communicated as such to provinces, and then we are here to report that no, there are those provinces which are already in the which have already communicating to the municipality to say that as a fund, as a municipal councillors pension fund, they are saying that no, this year, following these local government elections, they will not be sending the people, the provincial satellite officers to their provinces, but instead, please avail the officials in your respective municipalities to assist in processing the exit documents for the members. We also planning to we're going to be conducting workshops to train in these HR officials as to what is it that is going to be required from them in ensuring that following the elections they assist properly our members in ensuring that the application forms are properly completed. So what basically we say is that the plan is ready. We are engaging with members and the HR and the municipalities across the country. We will run the workshops, and then we will teach what is it that the fund is expecting from all the municipal councillors, the municipal councillors and also the officials from their municipalities, in ensuring that once the local government elections comes and go, the process of ensuring that the payments of their pension fund are paid as speedily as possible is implemented. All right. I think this is where I will stop, Madam President. But then we are ready as a fund.
Oh, I was not even ready to get up. But that was brief, to the point. Thank you so much there, Mr. Msiza. And that concludes the presentations. I've been keeping an eye on the chat box for questions coming through. There is one here from Jackie Riley, who says, to the pension fund, what is the time frame the pension fund is working towards in regard to payment once a councillor exits, so councillors can expect to wait 3 months or longer?
The turnaround time for payment of benefits is anything between the 6 weeks to 8 weeks.
6 to 8 weeks guaranteed.
Guaranteed. Yeah, if everything is in order, all the supporting documentation and the forms are correctly filled, within a period of 6 to 8 weeks, the payment is made.
So that's the question, Alderman Riley. 6 to 8 weeks guaranteed is the turnaround time, provided all the documents are in place. Perhaps just to quickly go back to a previous question that I know you did answer, Lance, but if anyone else perhaps may have a similar question, also with regard to the question from Maddie Peterson, who asked whether SALGA can't pay the gratuity straight to councillors. It is, it's here.
Well, the question is a good question. We have drawn experiences from 2011 and 2016 respectively. And what it shows is that to pay to individual councillors adds to the delays that are occasioned in them actually benefiting. So the plan is that most of the proactive work will be done prior to the election, such as I said earlier, assuming every council is not returning, we will make a calculation on the actual 3-month benefit that they would receive. So we are hoping that before the elections, we would be able to say X amount will be received by X councillor. And once the results are declared we would then wait, Sakina, because what happens is that we can't use those results as the final one. Because what inordinately happens is that people are re-elected. Let me give you a bad example. It's a real bad example. People are re-elected, and everyone is re-elected as a councillor. Then you go to a council meeting where a mayor, speaker, members of the executive committee are elected. So what happens is, example, a person was a mayor, is not re-elected as a mayor, and chooses not to take up their seat in council. That would be considered a person that would benefit from the gratuity payment. So what we would do is wait for the first meeting of local metros as well as the first meeting of the districts, and then do an assessment of who at that point has returned as a councillor and who has not returned, and then a calculation will be made on all non-returning in a particular municipality, and that payment would then be made not to 5,000 councillors that we have seen, but it will be made to the 200 and odd municipalities that are affected. So it's 200 payments instead of 5,000 payments, and it makes things much easier. So that is what we are going to, well, that's the plan in conversation with COCTA. Thank you.
And perhaps just clarity for my ignorance, what's the turnaround time for that? Once SALGA has paid that money to the municipalities, how long before it's paid to the councillors?
So one thing I should have mentioned, Sakina, is that while COCTA is making the payment because the funds would be transferred to COCTA by National Treasury, COCTA would be making the payments, firstly. Secondly, is that there are strict conditions that are going to be given to municipalities once the money is transferred. And the conditions, if I could highlight some of them, it will say these are the beneficiaries to be paid. And this money must be paid to these beneficiaries, no one else, and it could not be used for any other purpose but to pay those particular beneficiaries X amounts that would have been allocated. And it's difficult to say what the turnaround time would be. It is the internal COCTA processes that would have to unfold, internal processing, but we're hoping to do most of that prior to the election so it doesn't delay the actual payment itself.
All right. And you may have a seat. There are a few more questions. Willie Musiane wants to know, what is the tax percentage for the gratuity payout?
So we would use the exact same tax regime that currently applies to councillors. So a point I had made on the chat room is that there is a formula that is going to be used to determine what each council is going to receive, and that formula is informed by the basic salary of a councillor as at the end of July, which means that if you are removed as a mayor in that 90-day periods leading to the elections, you would still benefit from your mayoral basic salary. So the cut-off period is the end of July. So the basic salary would be used, and secondly, how long you served as a councillor in the 5-year period. That will also inform your ultimate payment. And then lastly, the same tax regime that would have applied for you as at the end of July would also apply for the gratuity payment.
And then Willie has another question asking, can a councillor take a course before elections, and will SALGA continue paying for it even if the councillor is not re-elected?
So interesting question, because I think it comes out quite often. The first point that I should make is that if you look at the upper limits notice in its current form and shape, it says that any training that would be conducted must be limited to the term of office, so that it doesn't place this burden on a councillor that starts a 3-year program in their last year in the term of office. Because we can't assume, well, we can assume, but I think it would be a problematic assumption that everyone is returning. So you are giving a person a course over a 3-year period on an assumption he or she would be re-elected. So the notice says that training must be linked to your term of office. So the assumption is that a municipality would not have started paying for a course that is not going to be concluded by the time we reach the elections.
And seemingly, just as I was about to say, that looks like the last question. There's another one here. Executive Mayor Nkang, that's all I'm seeing. The rest of it is cut off. But the question is, how long is the time frame of paying the pension fund while he or she is at home? Are we all given a lump sum, or how much will it be if paid monthly?
Okay, currently the Municipal Councillors Pension Fund doesn't pay pension fund. By that I mean that now when the member exits, they are given a choice to go purchase a pension fund elsewhere. So that will depend as to how much they were getting per month and how long will they get. It will depend on how much that member has in a fund, on the amount of money which is transferred to that other pension fund of their choice. So I think that is when the financial advisors, and it will be an agreement between the financial advisors and the member themselves.
Right, and this looks like the final question, and it's from Willie, who says, why 3 months for gratuity payout and not 6 months? What informs the 3 months?
Well, I think it would have been very beneficial to have an extended period, but we must remind ourselves of the purpose of this payment. The purpose is really to provide a buffer for a person for a defined period, which is 3 months. The 3 months is on an assumption, Sakina, that you would use the 3 months to find something else. And that is the basis of that 3 months. In fact, when we started the negotiations in 2011, there were views that we should limit it to 1 month, and we successfully argued with the support of COCTA that in fact let's look at a much longer period within the context of how long it really takes to secure a job where you have been a permanent councillor or a full-time councillor in the term of office. So 3 months is really an opportunity of 90 days for a person to secure alternative income for themselves. Thanks.
And those are the questions, and interesting questions. And I think just on that last question, the public has its own view on these types of matters, because the public perspective, like it is with benefits for ministers, there's a provision, for example, that former ministers can actually still fly on the taxpayer's account for a number of years after they are no longer in the ministerial position. And that is something that as the public one balks at, because the question is, why should the public pay for someone who is no longer in the employ of the council or of parliament and delivering a set service to the republic? And I think, those sort of considerations, I'm sure, were also taken into account. But that's where we're going to leave it. Those are all the questions. And thank you so much, gentlemen. Mr. Lance Joel, Chief Operations Officer here at SALGA, Mr. Rio Lonchulungu, who's the Chief Officer, Municipal Capabilities and Governance, and Mr. Elias Msiza, MCPF Principal Officer. Thank you so much. We appreciate your inputs this morning. And hope everything has been covered. And, of course, where there is still need for clarity, I believe, gentlemen, I have just been given something, so you're going to have to please just hold it for a second. Apologies, Madam President. I know you were ready to come forward. Memalachi, just a few seconds, because I think these questions are important. I see we do have a few hands, so just taking a look at them. Let's just run through them very quickly. Asnath Maduva, please, you can go first, followed by Maddie Peterson and Councillor Rashere Moletsane. But let's just start with Asnath, and we're going to keep it as short as we can. Good morning, Councillor. Your question or input? Councillor Matebula, can you hear us? Well, we seem to not be making that connection, which is why I was asking if we could have those questions in writing rather, because it just makes this process a lot easier. But let's try one more time. Let's try with Maddie Peterson, see if we have any luck there. Councillor Peterson, good morning. It's afternoon already. Good afternoon. Nope. So my apologies for that, and which is why we were encouraging you to actually send those questions through to us in writing. But I'm sure there will be opportunity to interact with the SALGA representatives and also with your local representatives in HR to clarify some of these questions. So gentlemen, after that false start, you are now released. Thank you. And with that, we come to the final session of the proceedings here at the SALGA 2021 Special National Members Assembly. And it's been very fruitful. It's been very enlightening for me personally as well, just in terms of the workings and also the complexities of the issues that we are dealing with here. And for the closing session, we're going to start with the adoption of the M&A declaration. And I'm going to call to the stage Councillor Lina Malachi, SALGA NEC member for that.
Thank you very much, Program Facilitator Sakina, for the opportunity, and greetings to our President and all the NEC members. Let me also appreciate the representative from respective stakeholders and all the delegates in this special NMA who are personally in the room as well as who have logged in. Let me also appreciate members of the media houses in our midst. I'm going to be reading the declaration of the SALGA National Members Assembly held on the 13th to the 14th of May 2021 under the theme Inspiring Service Delivery, Guiding the Transition, an opportunity to renew as we usher in the fifth term of democratic and people-centered local government. We, as the delegates at the 2021 Special National Members Assembly of the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, drawn from 166 municipalities, national and provincial government, together with partners, academic institutions, business and stakeholders within the local government sector, gathered virtually due to the limitations brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic from the 13th to the 14th of May 2021 under the theme Guiding Transition, an opportunity to renew as we usher in the fifth term of democratic and people-centered local government. We are inspired by the presence and participation of national, provincial governments, including the chairperson of National Council of Provinces, ministers for cooperative governance and traditional affairs, public service and administration, and sports, arts and culture, deputy ministers and various MECs, the leadership of the Municipal Demarcation Board and Independent Electoral Commission, civil society, business, labor, traditional leaders, as well as our strategic partners, clearly demonstrating their continuous commitment to local government as the sphere closest to the people. We note with concern the devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on municipalities, in particular, and the country the South African region, the African continent, and global community at large, and call for a more coordinated response informed by meaningful consultation, particularly with organized local government as the collective voice of municipalities on matters that materially impact municipalities. We therefore pay tribute and mourn the passing of members of the SALGA National Executive Committee and Provincial Executive Committees, councillors, and municipal officials due to COVID-19 pandemic and other causes. We lower our banners to honor the lives of these fallen heroes and heroines in the service of our people, and pledge to pick up their spears and redouble our efforts in advancing the quest to deepen local democracy, development, and quality of life of our people. Appreciating the work of the Independent Electoral Commission and the Municipal Demarcation Board in executing their constitutional and legal mandate in support of democracy and ensuring readiness for the electoral transition. Appreciating the complex nature of local government transition, and therefore it has become necessary to ensure that development of a comprehensive program of guidance and support in response to potential challenges that may be faced by municipalities during the transition. The renewal of fixed term and accept with our partners CCMA, Santiago, SABS, SAC Plan, and Bank CITA, with the hope of positive benefits for the SALGA membership. We therefore resolve to: 1, to redouble our efforts to reconnect and work with citizens and groups within the community to find sustainable ways to meet their social, economic, and material needs and improve their quality of life. Lobby for expanding the mandate of SALGA to be more responsive to challenges and needs of its members. Lobby for decentralization of powers and functions that could be best delivered by local government due to its proximity to communities. To lobby all political parties to prioritize recruitment of skilled and knowledgeable political candidates. Challenge the proposed systems amendment bill rationale for the consideration for renewal of employment contracts for senior managers at local government level to be treated differently from their counterparts at provincial government, national government, and public entities. And as it relates to the Public Service Amendment Bill, reiterate the concerns to overregulation by other spheres of government. A further concern is the fragmented and duplication of legislation on similar matters, and the attendant unintended consequences as a result of the approach adopted on legislating: 1, the autonomy of municipal councils in governing their own affairs, and the independence of local spheres of government, which is interdependent and interrelated, are affirmed. A coherent and robust single regulatory instrument to avoid some of the perverse outcomes given rise to by the current culture of fragmented and, in certain cases, arbitrary determination of legislation. and commend the conducting of lifestyle audits. Accordingly, we adopt the recommendation from SALGA NEC and that all NEC, PC and working group members and deployees to intergovernmental structures who are formally charged with criminal offenses as defined must temporarily withdraw from all official responsibilities within and on behalf of SALGA pending the finalization of their court cases. Approve that SALGA constitution should be renewed and firmed up to sufficiently cater for eventualities not provided for in its current form, to be presented to the provincial and national conferences. And we declare as members of SALGA our commitment to the work still to be done by organized local government in partnership with COGTA and our other stakeholders in preparation for the upcoming transition, and that we prepare the way to the next generation of councillors and leadership to carry on this good work and build on this foundation. It remains our collective resolve to redouble our efforts to accelerate the pace of socio-economic transformation and in particular eradicate the stubborn backlogs of service delivery that still remains. As leaders and delegates from metropolitan, district, and local municipalities across the length and breadth of our beloved country, united in our diversity, undersign this declaration to inspire the positive change, innovation, and bold action our people expect and deserve. Thank you very much, Program Facilitator.
Well, thank you so much, Councillor Lina Malachi, the SALGA NEC member, for the adoption of the NMA declaration. And time now for those closing remarks and a vote of thanks by Councillor Thembisile Nkadimeng, who is, of course, the SALGA president. And as she makes her way up, just to say once again that these are such important discussions to be had, but perhaps more importantly is that they are actioned. I remember the last time I was here, we spoke about the protection for councillors at local government level, whose lives are threatened, whose properties are threatened, and what an important issue that was. And I remember saying at the time, sometimes you have ministers, you have MECs that you don't know who they are. The only thing that alerts you to their importance is the security detail, the entourage around them that leads you to question, who is this? They must be important if they've got all of the security detail, but you don't know who they are. And I just have to wonder how much progress has been made on that particular issue that was so central the last time I was here to the discussions that were had, the issue of security. And I remember the day before this conference started, this assembly, I saw on social media a video of a councillor in the Eastern Cape whose house had been vandalized. And it raised all of those questions again. So yes, it is important that we speak about these issues, that we highlight them. But as the point that I was trying to make with the ministers earlier, it is of no consequence if there is no action. If we're not going to move and do anything about it, we might as well not, discuss these matters. But that's just a note from my side about the importance of actioning what is discussed and adopted here. And with that, let me welcome for the vote of thanks and the closure of this event, the Councillor Thembisile Nkadimeng, the SALGA president.
now, before I give the official closing remarks, we may have to adopt the declaration. Lance, if I can get assistance with members who are in participation and assist me for the adoption. Can I please call on Councillor Gladness Dlamini to move for the adoption of the declaration as read by Councillor Malaji?
Thank you, Chair. I so rise for the adoption of the declaration as read by the member of the National Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see a hand of Councillor Willie Moshiane. Okay, it must have been a wrong hand there. The mover for the adoption from Nomvuyo Mposelwa. I hope I'm calling that right. Mposelwa. Okay, sorry Nomvuyo. We learn every day, hey. Nomvuyo? Can you unmute? We are at the adoption of the declaration.
Thanks very much, President. Greetings to everybody. I second what has been declared and moved by the latter speaker. Thank you very much, President.
Thank you very much, Councillor Malachi, for leading us through the item for the adoption of the declaration of the special National Members Assembly. Program Director, as you have indicated, allow me therefore on behalf of the South African Local Government Association, firstly by recording my pleasure to make the closing remarks, but also to express my sincere gratitude to all those who made it and made this event a reality. We've had a host of delegates who came and attended in this hybrid Special National Members Assembly, but also allow me on behalf of the NEC to express our gratitude to our Minister, Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Minister Nathi Mthethwa, Minister Senzo Mchunu, amongst others, who not only attended but participated, our panel members from various walks of life and stakeholders who are in partnership in making sure that we indeed have a developmental local government. As I said during our opening ceremony, the planning and the success of this special NMA is as the result of the many months of hard work led by the NEC, stakeholders in local government. And I would also want to thank all the role players whom I might have not mentioned by name or singled out for their invaluable contribution to make this journey that culminated into the Special National Members Assembly and made it an overwhelming success. I would also want to appreciate on the same vein with gratitude to all our strategic partners in the academia, in business, in taxi associations, in the IEC, Municipal Demarcation Board, Ubab Masondo from the NCOP, our Deputy Speaker, Lechisa Chinoli, who also from National Assembly attended and made contributions and extended support in ensuring that we are moving local government into another level. How would I forget the contribution and the participation of our COCTA chair and our select chair, as well as the deliberations which came in terms of the transition from our MCPF to ensure the contribution and the rounding up of the welfare of our councillors. To all our delegates who are still tuned in for your active participation and lively debates, exchanges, real engagements which exceeded our expectations. So much so, I believe this NMA has witnessed an unprecedented and major convergence of views that has been groundbreaking for local government. So despite the complexities of the hybrid format of engagement, from a content perspective, I'm sure we all agree that we must not only adopt and embrace the declaration, but we must also take the bold and proactive steps to implement and accelerate the changes we have all agreed upon. We call upon all who have agreed that as we embark to the journey towards our 5th local government term, we must also work together to achieve the vision of a sphere of government that is truly democratic and people-centered. Program Director, just to echo and ensure that we work with our provinces in ensuring that we take down and cascade the detailed information which we couldn't detail it to the latter here. We will, on the direction of the NEC, convene the Council of Mayors and the Council of Speakers to in detail elaborate the plan that Lance articulated at a bit of a detail to ensure that we all are in one spirit. Further than that, on the administration wing, we will call the MMs fora to detail the same information so that administratively municipal managers know what is expected at the commencement of the 5th administration term, as well as the directors, to ensure that we are all balanced and we get ready for whatever eventuality that will come on the 28th, 29th of October going forward. So we have clearly defined this journey of our transition. And maybe let me take this opportunity, Chair, and say I wish everyone well, particularly those who will be crossing over to the 5th term. Should I say who will be crossing the Rubicon? Possibly. I will, on behalf of the 2 deputy presidents, on behalf of the SALGA NEC, quote one of our German film directors. You know, as I age, I get to find more meaning in some of things which are meant to be lighter. He is a nominee to 2 awards, Academy Awards. And his name is Wolfgang Peterson. Some of you may know him. 81-year-old man, great sense of humor. But he said something that remained with me and will still remain with me for many times, and I will want you to ponder on what he said as you move towards the 5th administration. And I quote him. He said, "Men are haunted by vastness of eternity. And so we must always ask ourselves, will strangers hear our names long after we have departed? Long after we are gone, and wonder who we are, how bravely we fought, and how fiercely we loved." Close quote. And I think in this quotation, we need to see ourselves as servants of the people and ask ourselves a difficult question. What will they say about us? How will they define how we fought? Will they think we were brave or we were non-existent? Will they think we loved and cared about them, or they will come and spit on our graves long after we are gone, for our names will remain? With that, on behalf of the collective leadership of SALGA, I wish to thank everyone for their participation. Those who are here in this hall, a safe journey back home. Those who are connected on our hybrid and virtual platform, a very great day and a great weekend ahead of you. Madam Sakina, you are lucky you don't have to declare anything, I suppose. But on behalf of Local Government Association, I would like to offer this token of appreciation for the 2 days you have spent with us continue to spend time with SALGA, read more on local government, and be harsh on us, because we are doing it on behalf of our people. And we'll come all the time, even those who are coming after us, to ensure that we provide answers on behalf of our people. We love you, we love them. We'll try our best. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Madam President. Really appreciate it. And thank you so much for your indulgence over these 2 days. Myself and Clement Maniatela really appreciate it. And thanks to everyone who participated, and also, of course, to the SALGA leadership, Councillor Nkadimeng, Deputy Presidents De Vos and Ngangelizwe, all the NEC members present here today, everybody who's joined virtually, all the councillors who participated, and members from other formations such as union federations as well. So thank you so much for your indulgence. And I also just would love to leave you with a word from Cicero, which I think is absolutely important, especially at this juncture of our democracy, where we seem to be grappling with quite a few issues. And just the first part of it, and it says, a nation can survive its fools. It can even survive the ambitious, but it cannot survive treason from within. So can we not be those guilty of treason from within, because that this nation will not survive. And with that, thank you so much, and good luck to everybody, of those who will be leaving. We thank you for your service to the nation, and for those who will be returning, we'll be holding you to even higher account. Thank you so much, and I hope everybody travels well. Bye.
Thank you very much.